Because Little Black and Little White were inseparable, if he summoned Little Black, Little White would also appear. Seeing Little White, the masked man snorted coldly. Han Fei, I have given you enough respect. Give me the thing you found, and I will let her go. I'll only give you 5 minutes to consider your choice. Han Fei responded coldly, that thing is in the belly of my spiritual beast. With that, Han Fei asked Little White to open his mouth wide. He fumbled about inside and took out a token. However, it was not the one he just obtained but the jail token he found from the hexagon starfish's stored treasure. The masked man was very excited to see the token. Sure enough, it was obtained by Han Fei. The masked man instructed, give it to me. Han Fei held the token. Undo your spirit sealing rope first. Of course, Han Fei did not expect the masked man to really undo it. He said to the others through a voice transmission, get ready to attack him. Sure enough, the masked man didn't listen to Han Fei. Instead, he drew a knife and directly pierced Little White's back. I told you, give me the token. Seeing this scene, Han Fei gnashed his teeth and immediately threw the token to him. At the moment when the masked man was about to take the token, Han Fei's spiritual energy exploded. Little Black, kill him. The masked man never thought that there might be a fish lurking next to him, let alone that a fish could bite through his flesh. The masked man suddenly loosened his hand and grabbed at his neck. Han Fei ordered, attack. Xia Xiaochan and Zhang Xuanyu, whose eyes had already turned red, darted out frantically. Zhang Xuanyu, with bloodshot eyes, threw a powerful soul attack at the masked man. Xia Xiaochan flashed and appeared in front of the masked man, blocking his knife and at the same time, wrapped her dagger with surging spiritual energy and launched a supreme stab at him. Bam! Just as Zhang Xuanyu's soul attack fell on the masked man's mind, a barrier suddenly appeared, which blocked Zhang Xuanyu's attack. And Xia Xiaochan's dagger, just as it was pierced into the body of the masked man, was shocked back by a huge force. Fortunately, Xia Xiaochan grabbed Little White and pulled her away from the masked man. In the meantime, Han Fei had Little Gold attached to him with a golden light. The 9-star chain and the 2 wings of the feather god ray suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, he reached Little White's side and sprinkled a shower of healing energy on her. Everything happened so quickly. Knowing that the other party had taken the upper hand, the masked man grabbed the token and tried to flee. Han Fei immediately pursued him and at the same time glanced at Li Hani and the others not far away. If you dare to attack us, we'll be enemies moving forward. Lu Renquang failed to play a role in the rescue operation just now. That was because he did not have the special attack methods of Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Xiaochan. Therefore, at this moment, he held the armor box and looked at Li Hani and his teammates coldly. Hey, don't be stupid. Li Hani frowned. How dare this guy threaten him? However, the scene where Han Fei and the others saved Little White stunned him. Their tacit cooperation was simply perfect. Only in the blink of an eye, Little White was rescued. Their speed was too fast. Moreover, Zhang Xuanyu seemed to be able to launch soul attacks. But unfortunately, others were not as cautious as Li Hani. Lin Xingmu ignored the threat of Lu Renquang and said, hand over your fiery mountain tokens, and we won't do anything to you. Lu Renquang scoffed. What if we don't? On Li Hani's side, Zhong Yu, the hunter ranked 4th who had been silent, suddenly disappeared. The battle began at the moment he disappeared. Seeing that there was no room for turning back, Xiongzhuozhua also moved. Violent. War. Body. The skin of Lu Renquang, who was already a peak-level great fishing master, turned all red while his momentum soared and a huge amount of energy was gathered on his body. In the next moment, thousands of swords and knives flew across the sky. At this time, Lu Renquang took out a copper hammer from the armor box and swung it at Xiongzhuozhua. Boom! The waves rippled over 1,000 meters in an instant. Xiongzhuozhua was hammered into the ground, and Lu Renquang also crashed into the mountain, smashing a hole into its side. But he immediately came back. In his violent state, he could even fight Han Fei to a draw. How could he be afraid of Xiongzhuozhua? Ho 000000. With a dragon howling, the giant arowana appeared. The dragon roared like rumbling thunder and shook the seabed. As Xiao Shaochan disappeared, dozens of her shadows flashed in different places on the seabed simultaneously. When she reappeared, Zhongyu was drenched with blood and was stabbed dozens of times by Xiao Shaochan. On the other side, Su Yabai, Lin Xingmu, and Zhang Xuanyu vomited blood at the same time. The invisible waves surged in the water, and Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Over my dead body. Xiao Shaochan said coldly, ranked in the top 10? So what? Let me teach you a good lesson. They exchanged blows as fast as bolts of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ren Quang, Xiao Shaochan, and Zhang Xuanyu were like three walls. This scene stunned Li Hani and his team members. So was this the fourth Academy's real strength? At the same time, Han Fei had already started fighting the masked man. Needless to say, the masked man was strong, very strong. The 9-star chains danced wildly in the sky, the wings of the feather god Ray burst out with mystic rays, and his blue sea wandering dragon daggers formed a long snake. But the masked man managed to dodge all the attacks with his weird footwork and strong physique. Not only that, after Han Fei chased him for nearly 100 miles, the masked man suddenly turned around and attacked Han Fei. Han Fei, you liar, give me the sea token or die. Han Fei sneered, you wish. You wanna kill me? Come and try. Suddenly, the masked man's spiritual energy soared and he changed from a peak level great fishing master to an intermediate dangling fisher. He brandished his sword and the 9-star chain and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were all sent flying. The long sword cut through the air and was thrust at Han Fei's chest. Spiritual energy protective cover. Fury. Water-stirring seal technique. Bam. 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 The sword shattered Han Fei's protective cover and the water-stirring seal was hit flying. The sword chi hit Han Fei's shoulder and pierced through it. Han Fei was shocked. Just now, he felt the water-stirring seal crack. Bam. Blocking another attack, Han Fei was enraged. You are not from the other 3 academies. Did you conceal your strength and sneak into the fiery mountain just for this token? Well, you can't have it, so there. The next second, the blue sea wandering dragon bow appeared in his hand. Without looking at the direction, he shot out one arrow after another. He shot 5 arrows in a row, and every arrow was more powerful than the last. The spiritual energy the 5th arrow consumed was even more than all spiritual energy that an ordinary great fishing master could have. At this moment, the 5 arrows danced, chasing the masked man frantically. Han Fei pretended to be weak and staggered in the seawater. The masked man was overjoyed and immediately rushed to Han Fei to kill him. Just when he was about to reach Han Fei, he saw Han Fei suddenly raise his head, one eye black and one eye white, a very eerie scene. Han Fei slightly moved his body and brushed past the long sword in the hand of the masked man. And in his hand, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were boiling with spiritual energy. Crack, the masked man was shocked to find that his defense was shattered. Bam! However, at this moment, Han Fei felt that there was a force in this person to stop him, which was a force that didn't belong to this young man. But Han Fei waved his hand and fended off the force. Then he buckled the masked man's shoulder with his backhand, grinning ferociously. In the air, 5 spiritual energy arrows arrived instantly. The masked man was dumbfounded. In order to keep me here, you even attacked yourself? Bam, bam, bam. Arrows burst one after another. As Han Fei saw the masked man being hit by the arrows, he slightly moved his body. At the same time, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were inserted into the body of the masked man again. Clang, clang. Locking the masked man with the 9-star chains, Han Fei smiled and cut the masked man crazily with a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. The masked man was almost crying. He could not perform any counterattack at all. The defensive barriers in his body were full of cracks. If it went on like this, he would be killed. Ah! Han Fei, you should be dead. The masked man had stabbed Han Fei's abdomen twice, but Han Fei simply ignored it as if he were crazy. The masked man shouted in fear, Han Fei, I'm from the Sun family of the 1,000-star city. You can't kill me, or even the 4th Academy can't protect you. Yet, Han Fei turned a deaf ear to it and merely continued slashing, determined to slash whatever barrier inside the man into pieces with his incessant spiritual energy. Crack! The masked man was panicked. Han Fei, the Sun family will not let go of you. Han Fei. You're too noisy. Poochie. Han Fei stabbed through the masked man's heart, putting an end to his life. A moment later, Han Fei cancelled fusion and sat weakly on the ground. He hurried to perform the divine healing technique on himself. This masked man's strength was completely beyond his expectation. Though the power that the man acquired was not steady, the man was still as strong as a dangling fisher after the enhancement. If he had not protected his chest with the water-stirring seal technique, if the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold were not attached to him, and if he hadn't practiced the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, it was possible that he might have been killed. After taking a brief rest, Han Fei dared not to stay any longer. He searched the masked man with his heavy body, only to find that the token of jail was gone. He was delighted after he found a sea-swallowing seashell from the guy. Scanning the sea-swallowing seashell, Han Fei realized that it had a coverage of around 100 square meters. Having no time to examine it further, he simply extracted the fiery mountain tokens and the jail token. He was surprised to see that the guy had looted 29 fiery mountain tokens. Collecting the masked man's sea-swallowing seashell, Han Fei looked back and thought to himself, you asked me not to kill you? Would you have let me go if I spared you? You were just being silly. The moment the masked man was killed, a middle-aged man slapped his desk and walked out of the 1,000-star city in one step. Han Fei immediately retreated at full speed. He did not stop at all except when he took a few breaths in the bubble algae. By the time Han Fei returned, the place where the rest of his team was had Been messed up. Zhang Xuanyu was lying on the ground and panting hard, clinging to Luo Xiaobai's vines. Lu Renkuang was fully covered with blood, with dozens of wounds. He was panting next to the vines too. Xia Xiaochan's hair was messy. She was standing on a rock, but Han Fei could see that her hands were shaking. She must have been exhausted. Luo Xiaobai had woken up, but she was terribly wounded too. Seeing that Han Fei was back, Xia Xiaochan was greatly relieved and she sat on the rock. Without a word, Han Fei immediately healed everyone. Seeing that Han Fei was pale and short of breath, with blood flowing out of his body now and then, Xia Xiaochan rose and asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Han Fei was relieved to see that everybody was fine. He cast the divine healing technique on himself and said, "That jerk hit his capabilities." Xia Xiaochan asked, "Is that jerk dead?" Han Fei replied quickly, "He is. But the guy is very strong. He's from the Thousand-Star City." Immediately, his teammates changed their expression. Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Not good. Let's find an exit and get out of the fiery mountain as soon as possible." While performing the divine healing technique on them, Han Fei asked in surprise, "What's wrong? It's only the 6th day, isn't it?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "If he's really from the Thousand-Star City like you said, this guy must have sneaked into the fiery mountain for a certain purpose. The city folk would never normally go to a small town like the Blue Sea Town. Maybe, the guy came with more than one person." Han Fei found Luo Xiaobai's tone weird. He was curious why she knew of the Thousand-Star City so well. Was she from the Thousand-Star City too? Before Han Fei had the time to think, Lu Renkuang said, "Let's hurry up. We've got the greatest treasure of this place. It's time to go." Zhang Xuanyu said lazily, "What's the rush? This is a secret realm. What are you scared of? That someone will attack us?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's take a rest and break through the circle of the silver fish. In any case, we can't stay long here." Han Fei sat down too. He was too exhausted just now. He might have been defeated by that guy if he weren't capable of so many skills. The guy's sword, in particular, was extraordinary enough to break his water-stirring seal. Seeing their misery, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Where is Li Hani's team?" Lu Renkuang grunted, "The 3 of us reached a tie with them. But be careful about Lin Xingmu, he's a really vicious man." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Rest assured, they can't be any better than us." Zhong Yu lost one hand because of Xia Xiaochan, and Su Yabai and Lin Xingmu were terribly wounded. However, that Xiang Zuozhua is really tough. Lu Renkuang. And I almost failed to stop her when she was on a rampage. Han Fei slightly nodded. He had known of Xiang Zuozhua's strength after the first battle with her. However, since those people were really bold enough to attack his team, he was determined to get back at them when he saw them again. Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's gather our fiery mountain tokens and see how many we've got." Han Fei said, "I just acquired 29 pieces from the masked man. Plus what we had before, it should be 140 in total. Did you find any more just now?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No." A moment later, it was confirmed that they had 140 tokens in total. Luo Xiaobai said, "There's no need to rob anyone now. Let's go out." Lu Renkuang asked in a hurry, "Can we secure the top 5 places?" Luo Xiaobai said quickly, "We only need to be in the top 10. On average, we each have 28. tokens, which is a lot. Besides, a lot of people died in the secret realm. Their fiery mountain tokens either fell into the magma or disappeared. So in all, half of all the fiery mountain tokens are under our control. After an hour later, everybody was finally basically recovered, and Luo Xiaobai, who was relatively more wounded, was supported by Xia Xiaochan. It was not hard for the 5 of them to pass the silver fish. After they passed the silver fish, they found a floating gate. They did not intend to look for more treasures, as they had earned a lot from the journey to the fiery mountain. In the outside world, the presidents of the 3 academies and Xiao Zhan were on their respective boats. However, the 3 presidents all looked awful. Because Xiao Zhan was having hot pot on his boat, and they had to keep a distance from him in order to avoid the smell. Standing at the head of his boat, Su Tianji stared at the exit and then asked, Xiao Zhan, are you really not scared that you will repeat your mistake? Grabbing a piece of fresh lobster meat, dipping it in the sauce, and sending it to his stomach, Xiao Zhan replied unhurriedly, scared? Is the Thug Academy ever scared? Chu Mingxue asked, Xiao Zhan, where did the 4th Academy go exactly? Bai Kongyi has been hiding for 30 years, but you're still unwilling to reveal where he is now that you're out again? Xiao Zhan's hand slightly shivered. Then he smiled, it's not as complicated as you think. He merely pissed off someone he shouldn't have. Su Tianji snorted. That's bull's it. Do you really think we're idiots? Xiao Zhan did not say anything else, because he didn't care if they believed it or not. When the presidents were about to ask further questions, the exit slightly trembled. Wu Junwei shouted, somebody is coming out. Chu Mingxue was surprised. It's only the 6th day, and they're already done? Bam! 5 people broke out of the water. Xiao Zhan spotted Luo Xiaobai the moment she came out. She immediately cast her fishing pole to Xiao Zhan's boat. The rest of Han Fei's team released their hooks too and soon landed on their boat. Xiao Zhan was quite dumbfounded. Why are you out so soon? Luo Xiaobai simply said quickly, Sir, hurry up. Let's go back to the town. Wu Junwei was angry. What are you talking about? The trial is not over yet. Why are you so panicked? What have you done down there? Su Tianji asked, kids from the 4th Academy, what did you do? The president's first reaction was that Han Fei's team killed a lot of people. Or they shouldn't have been so nervous. Chu Mingxue said, you're all wounded. You must have fought a lot down there. But rest assured, battles are inevitable in a trial, and we will not punish you. Xiao Zhan said too, don't worry. Nobody dares to attack you. Luo Xiaobai explained, no, sir. Someone from the 1,000-star city was among the explorers. Chu Mingshua's face immediately changed. She yelled, little girl, you must be responsible for what you say. Han Fei sneered and said, the Sun family from the 1,000-star city. Before Han Fei finished his sentence, an overwhelming power had arrived all of a sudden. The seawater was flowing back, and a person reached from the sky with unparalleled pressure. He was dozens of kilometers away in 1 second. But then only 100 meters away in the next. Who killed my son? In the sky, the man's voice rumbled like thunder, and a wave was surging after his roar. When the middle-aged man arrived, he gazed at Han Fei coldly. After being stared at by the man, Han Fei felt like a mountain was laid on his back. Pooh! Han Fei vomited blood, and his back was bent beyond his control. Who Sticking his snow-silver rod to the deck, Han Fei tried to raise his head to look at the man in the sky, all of his veins bursting out. Humph! Xiao Zhan's face changed instantly. He stepped on the sea, and the water. Within 100 meters all rose. He punched forward, launching a shadow fist. Dozens of meters long. Boom! The air and the water within 1,000 meters exploded. Right below where the shadow fist was broken on the sea, a pit 100 meters deep had been caused. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the collision between Xiao Zhan and the middle-aged man was. Han Fei couldn't help but vomit blood again. He couldn't be more shocked by their strength. He felt that they could easily squash him with only one finger. Immediately, Han Fei secretly activated Forge the Universe and decided to hide himself there in order to make a comeback later if he had no other choices. However, Xiao Zhan stepped up in the air and unfolded his wings. Different from Feng Zhe's white wings, Xiao Zhan's wings were red and glamorous, almost unfitting for Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan was growing more and more intimidating. Very soon, the floating beads of water around him were falling apart. A strange big conch appeared out of nowhere. The strange conch had 8 mouths, and from each mouth, a tentacle was extending out. Determined to fight, Xiao Zhan demanded, "Who are you? Why did you attack my student?" The middle-aged man, however, frowned and said, "Huh? The 8-armed conch. You are what's his name, from the Thug Academy. My name is Xiao Zhan, and I will not let go of you if you don't give me an explanation." When Xiao Zhan roared, the spiritual energy flowed at him from all directions. At this point, Xiao Zhan seemed to have turned into a magnificent, demonic god. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "You won't let go of me? As a peak hidden fisher?" Han Fei's team and the presidents of the other 3 academies were all shocked. Xiao Zhan was a peak hidden fisher? What about the domineering middle-aged man? How strong was he if he despised a peak hidden fisher? Han Fei whispered, "You run immediately if you notice anything wrong. He's only looking for me." Zhang Xuanyu yelled, "Who says that he's looking for you? We would have still killed that masked *** without you. Brothers don't abandon each other." Luo Xiaobai said, "I'm the cause of everything, and I'm going to settle it." Han Fei said anxiously, "You're going to settle it? Is it something you can settle?" Xia Xiaochan unsheathed her dagger and said coldly, "I'm not going." Lu Renquang said nervously, "We can't go anywhere even if we wanted to." Seeing that Xia Xiaochan was looking at him angrily, Lu Renquang hurried to change his attitude. "Why would we run? Let's fight him." But the battle was completely beyond their level. The middle-aged man snorted and grabbed a handful of water which he forged into a waterman. He then threw it into the gate of the secret realm in the fiery mountain. After that, the middle-aged man looked at Xiao Zhan and said coldly, "Let me try you." It's high time that the Thug Academy disappeared. The middle-aged man extended his hand and clenched it, and an ice serpent 100 meters long appeared out of nowhere. When the serpent roared, the intense stink from its mouth made Han Fei's legs tremble. Lu Renquang swallowed and asked, "What's that?" Han Fei was grave to see the data in his eyes. Name: Ice Unicorn Serpent, Sun Liang Spiritual Beast. Introduction: This is an ice mutation of the ancient dragon bloodline. The freezing power of the serpent can freeze the seawater within 1,000 kilometers. Level: Quality: Legendary Soul Energy. Han Fei was shocked. A legendary creature? The experts of the 1,000 Star City had those? They were really strong. Han Fei could see the data of Xiao Zhan's 8-armed conch too. Name 8-armed conch, Xiao Zhan's spiritual beast. Introduction. This is a mutation of the 8-armed mystic octopus and the strange conch. It boasts unparalleled defense and regeneration abilities. It can also lock down the enemy with its mysterious arrays. Level? Quality: exotic, mutated. Soul energy? Han Fei took a deep breath. Although the 8-armed conch looked awesome too, it was one level lower in terms of quality. The exotic creatures couldn't compare to the legendary creatures even if they had mutated. If this 8-armed conch's level was higher than the ice unicorn serpent, it might still be able to beat the ice unicorn serpent. But it did not seem likely at this point. In the sky, 8 pillars appeared out of nowhere in 8 directions. Xiao Zhan suddenly rose, and 3 consecutive explosions burst out of his fist. When he punched out, half of the sky was dyed red. Azure death punch. The middle-aged man's face changed, and infinite snow was raised next to him. He grabbed an ice spear and clapped his hands, and the ice unicorn serpent charged at Xiao Zhan around the spear. For Han Fei's team, their eyes were almost blinded. Han Fei only saw that the air was frozen, and a red glamorous fist collided with the weird spear. Boom. Crack. 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 The 8 pillars were immediately full of cracks. Han Fei's team did not see what happened at all when their boat was knocked away. The presidents of the other 3 academies were the same. Though they were not weak, their boats were pushed dozens of kilometers away too. When the boat was blown away, Luo Xiaobai unleashed her vines and fixated her teammates. Lu Renquang raised the shields in his armor box and shouted, "Armor!" It was Lu Renquang's only ancillary ability to increase everybody's defense. He cast it on his teammates, not caring if it could really help. Han Fei shouted, "Attach! Attach!" The 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold were attached to him simultaneously. In the water, their gold and red wings protected Han Fei's team. Bam! Lu Renquang vomited blood, and the rest of them were pale too when they were smashed into the ocean. Under the blast, Han Fei vomited blood too, and the 2 layers of attachment were immediately dispersed. Huh? Han Fei did not know that the middle-aged man in the sky slightly exclaimed in shock when he was attached. At this point, Han Fei was only worried that the fish would attack him. But as far as his eyes could see, most fish had been killed by the blast and were floating on the ocean. Han Fei carried Lu Renquang to the surface of the ocean. Everybody had been blown dozens of kilometers away just now, and their white boat was upside down. It was not hard to imagine how horrifying the previous attack was. Right after Han Fei's team climbed back into their boat, another overwhelming wave consumed them. Han Fei was greatly appalled. Shoot! They were smashed into the water again. With their capabilities, they had no idea how the battle between Xiao Zhan and the middle-aged man was going. By the time they climbed back to the boat, the wind and the waves had died out, and Xiao Zhan and the middle-aged man had been separated. At this point, Xiao Zhan was many kilometers away from them. Though he was still standing proudly, blood was dripping from his hands, and his clothes were half ruined. The middle-aged man snatched with one hand, trying to pull Han Fei's boat to him. Xiao Zhan landed on the ocean and stepped on the surface, quelling the tide that the middle-aged man raised, but he vomited blood. Then, everybody finally saw Xiao Zhan more clearly. He was bloodstained, and One of his arms had nothing but bones left. But Xiao Zhan sensed none of it. The Sun family of the Thousand-Star City. I'll remember you. I will stomp on the Sun family first thing after I conquer this city. The middle-aged snorted. Xiao Zhan, I've only spared you because you couldn't have reached your level without arduous work. You really think I dare not kill you? Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhan burst into laughter. Kill me? I can make you half dead before you kill me. Why don't you have a try? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, as if he was considering the possibility. At this point, the masked man's body was taken out by the water puppet that the middle-aged man forged earlier. Gloomily, he looked at Han Fei again. This time, Han Fei stepped forward and demanded, "Old fart, what are you looking at? Your son is allowed to kill other people in the secret realm, but other people can't kill him? That's unreasonable." The middle-aged snorted. Xiao Zhan punched out and broke the invisible wave from him, rescuing Han Fei from his attack. The man took the masked man's mask off. Looking at his son, he couldn't have seemed more upset, and the tide was surging again. Chu Mingxue, the president of the Third Academy, was surprised. Is he Chao Yuan? Han Fei was stunned. Chao Yuan? Wasn't he the 9th on the rank of the top 100 students? However, it didn't matter anymore what his name was. The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "My son, Sun Yi, died because of you. Submit it now." Han Fei roared angrily, "What? Your son demanded something from me, and so do you. How am I supposed to know what you want?" Everybody looked at Han Fei. Han Fei was quite appalled at this point, wondering what token he had taken back exactly. The middle-aged man cared more about the token than the death of his son? Whatever the token was, Han Fei knew that it was much more important than he thought, and he would certainly not admit that he had it. Immediately, anger, shock, and confusion all appeared on Han Fei's face. Yet, the middle-aged man snorted and said, "Stop pretending. If my son came to you definitely had it. Boy, submit it, and I may consider sparing your life for the sake of the Thug Academy. If you don't submit it, you will die." Xiao Zhan scoffed. "You're rather bold. You think the students of the Thug Academy are to be threatened by you? Get lost." Xiao Zhan berated him with a furious and rumbling voice. Nobody could be more brutal than the Thug Academy. Yet, the middle-aged man extended his hand, and the shadow spear surged down like a tide. "Let's see how many times you can resist me, Xiao Zhan." Right after the middle-aged man said that, a gigantic hand appeared out of nowhere in the sky and slapped him. The middle-aged man's face changed greatly. He summoned a turtle dozens of meters long to protect him, but he was still pressed into the water. The blast raised a wave 100 meters tall. Under the rising wave, people could still hear deafening noises from the bottom of the ocean. Han Fei swallowed, wondering who could have possibly slapped such an expert to the bottom of the ocean. In the next moment, the middle-aged man broke out of water, his hair messed up by the slap. "Who is it?" Xiao Zhan, however, was relieved. "Old Bai, you're late." "Old Bai? Mr. President?" Han Fei was lost for words. He didn't know that Old Bai was so brutal. A person appeared on the ocean out of nowhere. Old Bai said with his hands on his back, "I didn't know that you were from the Sun family. Little fish, ask Sun Baixing to come here and see if he's bold enough to kill someone of the Thug Academy. You think you're better than him?" Old Bai raised his hand and slapped again. His terrifying power squashed the middle-aged man's attached turtle and cancelled their state of fusion. There was a huge dent on the ocean, and Han Fei's eyes bulged. Gudu. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. Our president is rather strong. Han Fei was shocked too. Rather strong? He's inhuman, all right? Pa. Han Fei was immediately slapped on his head. Old Bai glanced at him from the surface of the ocean. Little Baldy, shut up. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful, as that old fart had knocked off his bandana. He hurried to cover his head with the bandana again, only to notice that his teammates were staring at his head. What are you looking at? Hairlessness highlights the handsomeness of my face. Everyone. Han Fei clicked his tongue. It really feels great to have someone covering your back. Old fart, keep staring at me. You think you can rob me of my stuff? Your head must have been hit by an ironhead fish. Han Fei threw out profanities now that Old Bai had his back. He cursed in 100 different ways in only one moment, making everybody look at him in shock. The middle-aged tried to swallow his fury. Little thief. Han Fei immediately looked at Bai Congyi pitifully. Mr. President, he cursed. Me. Bam. Bai Congyi was quite delighted by Han Fei's eloquence. He said, is that what you should do when a student curses you? You are an adult. You are ashamed to. The Sun family. The man was almost driven crazy. Bai Congyi. Bam. You think you can call me by my name? The middle-aged man roared and unleashed all of his spiritual energy. Immediately, a turtle, a lobster, and a big spotted fish popped up. Bam. 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 After 3 consecutive slaps, all the 3 contractual spiritual beasts were slapped back. Old Bai sneered. Why? Are you angry? I hope you are. Not just your son, even. If your whole family died in the trial, you would still have to lay low. Half kneeling on the ocean, the middle-aged man said, you really think he can protect the sea token? The sea token? At this point, the presidents of the other 3 academies all changed their expression. Slightly stunned, Bai Congyi looked at Han Fei, but then slapped the middle-aged man again. Why? You think the Thug Academy can't keep the sea token safe? You think that the Sun family is more entitled to it than the Thug Academy is? Ho 00000. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was 1,000 meters high in the sky. He roared, heavenly star suppressing the ocean. As the middle-aged man roared, a storm was gathered, and a seal 1,000 meters long descended from the sky. The middle-aged man vomited blood at the seal, making it weirdly red. He had truly been infuriated, and he seemed to be attempting a comeback with a weird technique. Then, Old Bai took a step forward and raised his hands. Then, infinite water rose to the sky. Again, there was nothing Han Fei could see. They had truly seen their godly methods this time. They didn't know that turning a river or a lake upside down was really possible. Han Fei gulped, impressed by the president's capabilities. The sky was still exploding, and the clouds were dimming. As far as everyone's eyes could see, they saw nothing but surging waves. One attack to shake the sky. Chu Mingxue, the president of the Third Academy, exclaimed in shock, making Han Fei dumbfounded and shocked. After a whole minute, a middle-aged man rose to the sky covered in blood, fleeing away. The seawater fell, and the tide gradually died down. Palely, Han Fei lay on the boat. He saw that old Bai walked to him with his hands on his back like a regular old man. Old Bai snorted. "You really thought you were good?" Old Bai grabbed the boat and turned it upside down, making it float again. But Han Fei regretfully found that his white boat had been stepped on and disfigured by Xiao Zhan in the battle. Xiao Zhan was panting. "Old Bai, my wounds." Old Bai raised his hands, and a pillar of light fell on the boat. Han Fei felt that a mysterious power was healing Xiao Zhan's wounds quickly. Xiao Zhan's hand that had been reduced to bones were regrowing at a visible speed, and no wounds could be seen anymore after one moment. Lu Renquang's voice was shaking when he said, "Han Fei, our president seems rather horrifying." Zhang Xuanyu was sitting on the deck, still stunned by the battle. In comparison, his 7-layered waves in furious sea was nothing but child's play and couldn't compare to any random waves in the ocean. Xia Xiaochan was shocked too. But she was also curious. She asked, "Just now, I sensed the aura of a terrifying monster. Was it real?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. "I sensed it too. I even saw it. The legendary creature was right before us. Of course you felt a terrifying monster." At this point, the presidents of the other 3 academies were all shocked. They knew that Bai Congyi was good, but they didn't know that he was so good. Also, it seemed that the middle-aged knew Bai Congyi, and Bai Congyi knew him too. Was it about something clandestine in the past? They had been curious why the Thug Academy declined all of a sudden. Back in its heyday, Bai Congyi boarded the boat lazily and was angry to see Han Fei's regretfulness. "This is just a boat. It's nothing that it's been broken. Our school is rich now. You can buy a new one." Han Fei said gloomily, "But this is a boat from the town. Is it available in the Linglong Tower?" Old Bai turned a deaf ear to him. He said casually, "It's not a big deal. Just keep the sea token. With the name of the Thug Academy, you can have as many sea tokens as you want." He couldn't have sounded more magnificent. The appearance of Xiao Zhan and Old Bai made Han Fei more and more fond of the Thug Academy. He felt confident to go anywhere now that someone had his back. Han Fei took out the sea token and observed it for a while, before he asked, "Mr. President, what is this token exactly? Why does somebody from the city want it? Also, am I in trouble?" The others drew close and examined the token too, but they didn't find anything. Old Bai snorted. "If you want to know what it is, clear the level 3 fishery first." Since the trial was not over yet, and the crisis was already resolved, Han Fei was no longer in a rush. After all, he was covered by Old Bai, who had beaten a big shot from the city easily. Half a day later, Han Fei woke up from training, and his wounds were mostly recovered. He was more heavily wounded than anybody else, because the enemy gazed at him. He was still scared when he remembered the guy's look. The moment Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw his teammates whispering to each other before him. Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue. "Why do you think Han Fei lost his hair? His head is so shiny that even an iron-head fish can't compare." Xia Xiaochan observed the back of Han Fei's head closely. "Of course, he can easily kill a bunch of dragon-headed fish if he rammed his own head at them." Lu Renquang asked curiously, "Can't he regrow his hair with spiritual energy? Or maybe it is his special quirk to remain bald?" Luo Xiaobai, on the other hand, tried to stop them. "He'll be angry after he Wakes up if you keep talking about that. Han Fei unleashed his spiritual energy and knocked them off. He touched his head, only to burst into fury. Where's my bandana? Everybody immediately dispersed. Luo Xiaobai appreciated the ocean view. Lu Renquang cleaned up the hot pot, Zhang Xuanyu began to fish, and Xia Xiaochan simply fled with her stealth. Outrageous. That's too outrageous. Do you have any idea what cool means? But after that, Han Fei hurried to run to Old Bai, who was sleeping on the top of the boat. Mr. President, can you help me regrow my hair? Old Bai sniffed. I'm incapable of regrowing your hair for you. Han Fei wailed, please. I can feel that it's still there, but it's been blocked by something. Old Bai turned around and continued enjoying the sunbath, too lazy to talk to Han Fei. Xiao Zhan, however, chuckled and said, you must have absorbed too much energy when you built up your body, which disrupted the original energy in your body. Because your major acupoints are sealed by your battle technique, the energy inside your body is overflowing everywhere and stops your hair from growing. It's not a big deal. To put it simply, you've had too much food, and you will be fine after the food is digested. Han Fei? Han Fei's eyes cramped. He didn't know that it was the reason. Xiao Xiaochan appeared at the head of the boat. That's right. You're probably the only one who weathered through the fish fire. I didn't know how you managed that. Han Fei was amused. So, had he been too weak to take the tonics? He was really reluctant to admit it. Han Fei asked timidly, Sir, when do you think I can get my hair back? H shrugged. Maybe when you become a peak-level great fishing master, or maybe a dangling fisher. It's going to be soon. Don't be anxious. Han Fei was speechless. Don't be anxious? How can you not be anxious when everybody keeps staring at your head? Han Fei hurried to cover his head with a hood gloomily. On the morning of the 7th day, Han Fei made a sauced lobster and devoured it on the top of the boat on his own. Lu Renquang, however, sneaked to him and said, Han Fei, you're suffering from overnutrition. Let me give you a hand. Han Fei said without raising his head, go away. It's just a lobster. I can take care of it myself. His teammates looked at him, lost for words, as Han Fei had been angry all day after they observed his bald head in the previous day. Lu Renquang swallowed and said, I always feel that sauced lobster is more delicious than lobster hot pot. Old Bai did not really care. He sat down next to the hot pot with a tank of wine. Let him eat it alone. What's wrong with hot pot? Anything is delicious, as long as you can drink with it. At this point, someone came out of the secret realm, and the first thing they saw was that Han Fei was swallowing a 2-meter-long lobster, which made their lips tremble. This person couldn't have looked more awful when he saw Han Fei, not expecting him to come out so early. Han Fei, on the other hand, pointed at one of the newcomers and shouted, You still owe me one fiery mountain token. I came out early exactly to wait for you. The man felt quite gloomy that Han Fei still remembered it. The other people were stunned too. Zhang Xuanyu asked, How do they owe you? Han Fei chuckled. Because I was merciful enough to spare their life. Isn't it reasonable that they give me their fiery mountain token in exchange? The man's face darkened. Merciful? Not only did you rob us, you also threatened us to give you one more fiery mountain token. We've never seen anyone as shameless as you. The man was from the 2nd Academy. Su Tianji couldn't help but ask, What happened? The young man heaved a long sigh and tossed a fiery mountain token at Han Fei. Okay. I can't afford pissing you off. Here's one fiery mountain token. Please. Forget me in the future. Han Fei accepted the fiery mountain token without guilt and nodded, "You are a smart kid." Very soon, as people left the secret realm, Han Fei pointed at more of them and demanded their fiery mountain tokens. Xia Xiaochan climbed to the top of the boat and asked, "How many people owe you a fiery mountain token?" Han Fei thought for a moment and sighed. "I don't remember. I think it's only a dozen." Maybe it would be too humiliating if Han Fei asked for the fiery mountain token with words, so most of them gave it to him when he pointed at them. But a couple of them were quite ruthless. They simply refused to give anything away. Naturally, there was nothing Han Fei could do to them, except that he kept staring at them until they were panicked and worried that Han Fei would come to them later. One of the guys couldn't take it anymore and threw a fiery mountain token at Han Fei. "Stop staring at me." Han Fei spat. "Shameless. I will not stop staring at you until you pay your debt." Then, Han Fei focused his eyes on the last person. Han Fei couldn't quite remember the guy's name, but he remembered robbing the guy. The guy was quite speechless. He had never seen such a shameless expert who enjoyed bullying the weak. Eventually, he still gave Han Fei the token, because he couldn't stand everybody staring at him together with Han Fei. It almost made him feel that he was truly a person who refused to pay his debt. After Han Fei accepted the last fiery mountain token, Li Hani's team walked out and noticed Han Fei. They were slightly surprised. Where was the masked man if Han Fei was having a lobster? Han Fei looked at Zhong Yu, whose arm seemed unnatural. His hand that was chopped off by Xia Xiaochan seemed to have been connected to him. But it wasn't quite the same. The fracture caused by Xia Xiaochan's saber was smooth, so it was possible to treat the broken arm if it was dealt with in time. Zhang Xuanyu and the rest of them immediately stood up. Lu Renquang stared at Lin Xingmu and yelled, "Next time I meet you, I'll beat the *** out of you." Confused, Han Fei whispered to Xia Xiaochan, "What did Lin Xingmu do to Lu Renquang? I feel that I missed something." Xia Xiaochan smiled and replied, "It's nothing. He was just hanged and beaten up. His clothes were almost torn off. But don't tell other people that I told you." Pooh. Han Fei spurted out the lobster meat and eyed Lin Xingmu in a different way. Serious? That guy was interested in a man as hideous as Lu Renquang. Lu Renquang immediately looked at Han Fei and then Xia Xiaochan, before he said angrily, "Xia Xiaochan, did you badmouth me?" Xia Xiaochan snorted. "I'm too lazy to talk about you." Lin Xingmu snorted too. They stood at the head of the boat and stared at Han Fei. Obviously, they were still fighting. Luo Xiaobai said, "There's no need to be angry. We'll meet again." Xiang Zuozhuo declared, "Damn right we will. My hammers will show you no mercy. Next time we meet." Xia Xiaochan peeped at her. "You think anybody is scared of you? I'll deal with you next time." The situation grew intense. The problem was not the grudge between the two teams, but that the girls in both teams were brutal and ruthless. After a long time, everybody was gathered. Many of them looked frustrated, as they didn't find any treasure and even lost their fiery mountain tokens. They did nothing more than travel around the fiery mountain. Wu Junwei roared, "All right. Now that everybody is out, let's see the results. This time, altogether 252 people made it out of the fiery mountain, while 53 died. Han Fei had personally caused and witnessed the death of about 10 of them. In other places that he didn't see, the competition between the trial takers seemed equally fierce. After Wu Junwei said that, barely any of the contestants moved. They all focused their eyes on Li Hani's team and Han Fei's team. With an awful look on his face, Li Hani waved his hand, and 89 fiery mountain tokens floated. Which was rather impressive, because there were only 305 fiery mountain tokens in total. However, most people did not know that Han Fei set Li Hani up in the chain test, or the number would have been higher. Luo Xiaobai said, Han Fei. Full of disdain, Han Fei waved his hand and mumbled, "Don't think that you're the only one who can wave your hand." After the tremendous amount of fiery mountain tokens flew out, the students of the 3 academies were all shocked. They whispered to each other. Huh? You were robbed by them? Don't talk as if you weren't. Most people were speechless, as the fiery mountain tokens that they acquired through hard work ended up in Han Fei's hands. Someone sighed. Forget it. Another team would have done the same even without Han Fei's team. We couldn't win anyway. Plus the fiery mountain tokens Han Fei earned in the end by staring at the students, he gathered 151, which was about half of the total. At this point, Kong Yunfei presented 27 fiery mountain tokens, which attracted a lot of attention. He deserved to be 6th in the ranks, to have obtained so many fiery mountain tokens single-handedly. He had even become stronger after the trial. The rest of the students offered 18 fiery mountain tokens in total, which was quite embarrassing for the presidents of the 3 academies. Su Tianji snorted and didn't ask where the last 20 fiery mountain tokens were. Some of them must have been completely lost in the fiery mountain with the death of certain students. Xiao Zhan extended his hand and shot the 151 fiery mountain tokens at the decks of the other 3 presidents' boats. Old Bai finally said, "Do you need more evidence? I told you that the Thug Academy is coming back. All 5 candidates of our academy have been selected." Han Fei immediately looked at Old Bai. Selected? What exactly is the deal that you made? Is this not a simple trial? Xiao Zhan said in a low voice, "Don't ask. You'll know when you're supposed to know it." Han Fei whispered to everybody telepathically, "I feel that we're caught in an enormous scheme." Pa. Hardly had he finished when his head was patted heavily, and Old Bai looked back at him. "Scheme? We only did it for your sake." Han Fei was shocked. "You can hear our telepathic whisper?" Everybody else was shocked too. Would they have any secrets at all in the future? Xiao Zhan patted Han Fei's head and said, "Your spiritual power is better than others. You can hear it too." Han Fei? Han Fei said awfully, "Can you stop patting my head?" The presidents of the 3 academies hesitated. Eventually, Wu Junwei said, "By Kongyi, we can give you a few spots if you insist. However, let me remind you again that it's not worth it. The Thug Academy is not really the same as us." Old Bai smiled in disdain. "The Thug Academy is not scared of trouble now that we're out." Then, Old Bai looked at his students and said, "Let's go back." On the boat, Han Fei's team was still confused. They had no idea what the spots that Old Bai and Wu Junwei were referring to. So, the purpose of their trial in the fiery mountain was to get these spots? When they passed the plantation on the way to the school, the gangsters of the fish dragons were tending to it. Everything seemed in order. Observing it for a while, Old By said, "Everybody will digest your harvest in the trial in the next month after we come back. Then, you can all go farming." "Everyone?" Han Fei immediately trembled. He knew too well how painful farming was. He never mentioned the plantation outside of the campus exactly because he did not want to do farming. But why was Old By asking them to farm? Han Fei immediately rolled his eyes. "Mr. President, I don't think 1 month is enough for my digestion." "Oh, is that so?" Han Fei nodded quickly. Old By said lazily, "That's fine. You can continue your digestion while you farm." Han Fei. A moment later, Old By returned to his library and went back to sleep. Looking at the students who were murmuring to each other, Xiao Zhan said, "Han Fei, since you had experience in tending to plantations, try to work harder." Later, Lu Renquang asked, "Sir, why did the president ask us to farm?" Xiao Zhan smiled. "Every student of the Thug Academy has to spend some time in farming. It's known as heart nurturing." "Heart nurturing?" Everybody was confused. What was heart nurturing? They didn't want to nurture their hearts. Xiao Zhan smiled. "Just go. Everybody has been through this. In the future, you'll know why you had to farm." Everybody looked awful. Laying his hand on Han Fei's shoulder, Zhang Xuanyu asked, "How does farming feel?" Han Fei grinned weirdly. "You'll be able to answer your own question in a few days." Ants. When they were back to the campus, they saw that Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were trotting to the gate. Both of them were stunned to see Han Fei, who had turned slimmer and balder. Han Fei said gloomily, "What are you looking at? Close your eyes." The two of them. His teammates' lips curled into a weird smile, and they almost burst into laughter. Han Fei stared at them. "Go. Just go now, Ironhead Fish." Chu Jinnan pretended that he didn't see anything. He said, "Senior brothers and sisters, you're back?" Han Fei was briefly stunned, not used to being called a senior brother. So, he nodded solemnly and asked, "Yes. How's your body training going?" Chu Jinnan's face was slightly pale. "Well, senior brother, I've only reached the 96th movement." Han Fei was lost for words. The exercise that could have taken 3 days at most had taken this guy more than 10 days? His body was truly lousy. Ling Yuan said, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's go. I'm going to test you." Luo Xiaobai had taken her away before she said anything else. Han Fei mumbled, "Well, Xiaobai is the best, except that she can be too careful." Xiao Xiaochan glanced at Han Fei. "You think everybody is the same as you?" "I'm leaving for training too." Zhang Xuanyu also left. He even specifically patted Chu Jinnan's shoulder when he passed by. "Keep it up." Lu Renquang looked at Han Fei. "Do you want to have hot pot first before we start training?" Han Fei replied, "I'm too lazy to cook anything. You can make your own hot pot if you want to eat." Then, Han Fei looked at Chu Jinnan and said, "Keep practicing. When you can't stop yourself from advancing to new levels, come to me." Chu Jinnan nodded hard. For some reason, he felt that his senior brothers and sisters were different now. Han Fei found a random cave and sat inside. There were too many things he needed to absorb. First, he took out Sun Ye's sea-swallowing seashell. But before he had the time to examine it, he sensed danger. He raised his head, only to see that Xia Xiaochan was looking at him with pain on her face. Xia Xiaochan said with a quivering voice, "It's going to attack. Let's go to the mountain." Han Fei's face immediately changed. He recalled the swallowing seashell and rushed to the mountaintop with Xia Xiaochan. On the mountaintop, half an hour later, Han Fei was leaning against a rock, panting. His clothes had been reduced to strips. He cast the divine healing technique on himself non-stop, healing the 30 or so wounds. Sitting on the rock, Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei apologetically. Han Fei heaved a long sigh. Why? Why did you have an attack all of a sudden? Xia Xiaochan shook her head. I don't know, but I guess it's related to the fish fire. Something has always been wrong after I absorbed the fish fire. Han Fei frowned. The fish fire? Didn't it help you advance to a peak level? Great fishing master? Xia Xiaochan held her knees pitifully. I don't know. Although I made a breakthrough, the fish fire still lingers in me, and when I tried to consolidate my cultivation just now, it had a conflict with the power in my body. Han Fei had no idea what it felt like to absorb the fish fire. He had spent all his fish fire on building his indestructible body and did not let it enter his body at all. He asked carefully, has it been consumed now? Holding her knees, Xia Xiaochan shook her head again. Han Fei took a deep breath. It would seem that he would probably have no chance of training in the following days. If the energy inside Xia Xiaochan was not consumed, she might go on a rampage any minute. With her capabilities as a peak-level great fishing master, Han Fei was certain that nobody except himself and Le Renkuang could resist Xia Xiaochan's outburst. Even Le Renkuang might be unable to survive her attacks. Han Fei said helplessly, it's not a big deal. I can train with you for a couple of days. I have a lot of clothes anyway. Xia Xiaochan seemed to be slightly relieved. Then she said in a low voice. It's been months since I had an attack. I didn't feel anything back in the water. Han Fei was deep in thought. You had an attack last time when you met. The power of thunder, right? It's the fish fire this time. Is it possible that you reject all external powers? Xia Xiaochan shook her head. I don't know. Han Fei could tell that Xia Xiaochan was slightly panicked. He was quite annoyed and jealous. He had a cheat, but in the end, the power inside his teammate's body could easily beat whatever he had. It did not feel great at all. Returning to the cave, Han Fei took out Sun Ye's sea-swallowing seashell and started searching again. Hey! A high-quality pearl? It was the first time that Han Fei had seen a high-quality pearl. It was round and glittering and would make a beautiful accessory. However, there were only 100 of such pearls in stock. When he examined them more carefully, he detected spiritual energy in the pearls. Too bad that it's not as much as the spiritual energy in the low-quality spiritual stones. There's a reason why the pearls are only advanced currency. There was also a boat in the sea-swallowing seashell, but it was not a white boat and much worse than a white boat in terms of quality. So Han Fei simply ignored it. Apart from the boat on the side, there were mid-quality pearls, weapons, stones, and collected seafood. Huh? A phantom fish. Han Fei remembered that there were hundreds of phantom fish in his forge. The Universe. Plus the phantom fish here, there must be 1,000 of them. However, it was slightly awkward that the pearls from the phantom fish were only enough to enhance the senses of one person. He knew that Luo Xiaobai had never taken the pearls before, but he didn't know if the others had. Forget it. I'll just let them split the pearls on their own. Han Fei examined the items. Apart from Sun Ye's longsword, which was a spiritual weapon, the rest were only magical weapons. Among them, only 2 were high quality. They were a rod and a backup longsword. Huh? Battle techniques. Han Fei found a demon-level, high-quality technique, entitled Ultimate Swimming Skill. Huh? A swimming skill? Han Fei was quite delighted. He had planned to search for a swimming skill in the library, or asked for one from Xia Xiaochan if he couldn't find any. But now, he had got it before he started his search. It must be noted that he caught up to Sun Yi earlier, because Little Gold was fast, and he couldn't have reached the man at all without Little Gold. A moment later. Shadow swimming art, demon level, divine quality. Note, this was created by someone who observed the tide of fairy fish and imitated the mysterious postures of such fish. It's one of the most enjoyable swimming skills. Shortcomings, since it highlights both the body movement and speed, it was not the best in either of the 2 aspects. Deduced art, not applicable. Deduction cost, 500,000. Han Fei frowned. The shadow swimming art was definitely much better than the wandering dragon art, but it did not seem very impressive except that he would look cooler when he used the art. He wondered if he should continue the deduction, but he dropped the thought when he remembered the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe. This swimming skill was good enough for now. Now that he was about to become a dangling fisher, it would require tremendous spiritual energy to deduce void fishing. And the sword manipulation art. He couldn't afford wasting his spiritual energy now. Han Fei cleaned up Sun Ye's sea swallowing seashell and replaced his own sea swallowing seashell that was smaller. He then looked at the sword manipulation art. Recently, Xia Xiaochan had been a time bomb, and Han Fei had to work on his battle techniques and his body hardness. It would be best if he could make a breakthrough to be a peak-level great fishing master, or it would be horrible if he couldn't resist Xia Xiaochan's attack. Han Fei calmed himself, and the sword manipulation art popped up. Sword manipulation art, heaven level, high quality. Note, this is an extraordinary sword art for wars. When you perceive the vibe of this sword art, you'll be picking it up. When you're fluent with it, you will be melted with your sword. Perception, 76 out of 100. Deduced art, not applicable. Deduction cost, 0/2,000,000. Deduce. It was not until half an hour later that a brand new battle technique popped up in Han Fei's head. Saber Sutra, heaven level, divine quality. Note, it's a collection of saber techniques of all schools and included all the tricks on the practice of the saber. Deduction cost, 0/30,000,000. Han Fei took a deep breath. It required 30 million points of spiritual energy to continue the deduction. That was more than all the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe combined. However, the Saber Sutra was not simple. Reading the information popping up in his head, Han Fei realized that the Saber Sutra was focused on the difficulties and their solutions for a saber practitioner, and that there was only one chapter on battle techniques. In this chapter, there was only one move, drawing. Yes. It was about how the saber should be drawn. Han Fei was lost for words. I spent 2 million points of spiritual energy to learn how to draw a saber? The comment on the drawing technique said that when one fully concentrated himself before drawing the sword in such a technique, they could chop the head of the enemy off in the blink of an eye. Han Fei read the introduction in amusement. This skill was fatal and could only be used against an enemy. He did not want to kill his friends by accident. On the second day after they were back, Xiao Xiaochan came to Han Fei again. They fought on the mountaintop so astoundingly that rocks were falling. Some people even heard dragon roars. When the giant arowana was summoned, nobody could continue their training anymore. Luo Xiaobai and the rest all climbed the mountain. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were curious about what was going on too. Standing on the mountaintop, Wenrinyu asked again, another attack? Isn't Xiaochan already a peak-level great fishing master? Did she encounter anything in the fiery mountain? Xiao Zhan frowned at old Bai. Mr. President, did the Sun family play any dirty tricks on her? Old Bai shook his head. No. It's because she made progress too fast, which resulted in the chaos of energy in her body. However, it's still a puzzle why the chaos did not burst out until she returned to the floating island. Xiao Zhan exclaimed, Huh? Why is Han Fei so much better with his sword now? What are his moves? After Xiao Xiaochan pointed it out, they noticed that Han Fei could manage to block Xiao Xiaochan's attacks now, although Xiao Xiaochan hit him easily at the beginning. Han Fei was very solemn at this point. He did not activate fusion but was practicing his skills according to the Saber Sutra. Not far away, Zhang Xuanyu and the rest of the team who just climbed up were all grave to see Xiao Xiaochan's attack. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were both pale, as spiritual energy was exploding and rippling out during the collisions of weapons. Yes, wherever Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan went, rocks were cracking and the ground was collapsing. Xiao Xiaochan even cut a gigantic rock into halves after only one attack. Following Xiao Xiaochan, Han Fei cut the rock apart too. In the blink of an eye, the rock had been shattered into pieces. Ling Yuan swallowed. Senior brother, should you attack so hard in training? Luo Xiaobai said in a low voice, Don't ask. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan did not know Xiao Xiaochan's problem. They only thought that Xiao Xiaochan was too brutal, as they could have been killed easily if they were Han Fei. Chu Jinnan swallowed multiple times, because Ling Yuan could at least defend herself as an armorist. But as a manipulator, he could not resist those two experts at all no matter how much seaweed he had. Zhang Xuanyu asked solemnly, Fatty, can you resist her now? Lu Renquan shook her head speechlessly. Of course not. Don't you see the dozens of wounds on Han Fei? The battle was going on, and Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan were getting more and more brutal. The power inside Xiao Xiaochan suddenly burst out on a large scale, and the giant arowana appeared again. However, instead of roaring like just now, it was fused with Xiao Xiaochan. Shoot! Han Fei's face changed greatly. He shouted, Fuse! Attach! Bam! It was the first time that everybody witnessed Xiao Xiaochan fuse with the giant arowana. Her daggers tore the air apart in appalling brightness. Even the 9-star chains were all flung away. After a flash, Xiao Xiaochan appeared before Han Fei and broke Han Fei's spiritual energy protective cover and the clothes on his upper half body, causing dozens of wounds on Han Fei's body that almost looked perfect. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. Not good. Let's go together. Han Fei stepped back quickly and cast the divine healing technique on himself. In the meantime, he shouted, "Stay back." Han Fei could deal with the power of Little White and Little Black now. Though there was craziness in his eyes, he still retained his rationality, knowing that Luo Xiaobai would only get herself killed if she joined the battle. On the mountaintop, Wenren just stepped out, when Han Fei suddenly roared, "Attach!" Immediately, gold and red wings appeared, supporting Han Fei to fly into the sky. Huh? What kind of contractual spiritual beast is this? Old Bai, Wenren and Xiao Zhan were dumbfounded. What was that? Old Bai said, "Let's wait a moment and see what's what." On the other side, Lu Renquang was quite amazed. Yes, we should. I didn't quite see clearly what contractual spiritual beast Han Fei captured last time. Zhang Xuanyu said weirdly, "He can fly now." Next to him, Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were rigid, their eyes almost popping out. You're telling me that he's a great fishing master? Does any great fishing master have wings? Han Fei floated in midair, but he smiled bitterly when Xia Xiaochan appeared in the sky too, after a flash. Clank, clank, clank. He blocked the dagger with the wings, raising dazzling sparks. His only advantage was that Xia Xiaochan was incapable of flying and was not as agile as on the ground. While Xia Xiaochan stayed airborne with the counterforce of her attacks, Han Fei found a chance to bump his head into Xia Xiaochan's belly. Bam! A hole was caused on the mountain, and Xia Xiaochan did not rise again. The attachment of the giant arowana was cancelled, and it was absorbed into Xia Xiaochan's body. Han Fei landed and cast the healing technique. Soon, Xia Xiaochan said in a feeble voice, "Is your head a spiritual weapon?" Han Fei took a long breath of relief, as Xia Xiaochan was fine, considering that she was still making jokes. Old Bai heaved a long sigh. This is about enough. She'll be peaceful for a while. Wenren and Xia Xiaochan looked at Old Bai weirdly. Peaceful for a while? Is there no way to cure Xia Xiaochan for good? Old Bai explained, as she grows stronger, her suppression will be stronger too. She'll be fine for now. After all, there's still Han Fei who can fight her. Xiao Zhan asked, "What exactly is the power in her body?" Old Bai said, "That's exactly the question that I was going to ask you." At this point, Luo Xiaobai ran to Han Fei, who was covered in blood. Han Fei complained, "No, I feel that I'm drained." Lu Renquang, why don't you replace me? Lu Renquang's face immediately darkened. He would never accept such a request, because he would have probably been dead within 10 seconds if he were Han Fei. An hour passed. Lu Renquang had left to prepare for a hot pot. Since nobody was in the mood for training after the accident, they all gladly accepted his proposal. Han Fei changed his clothes and covered his bald head again. Looking at Xia Xiaochan, who was waving her feet on a tree, he trembled. You're not going to have another attack anytime soon, are you? Poochie. Xia Xiaochan grinned. Don't be scared. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Han Fei shook his head quickly. You won't eat me, but I'm definitely positive that you'll slash me. Lu Renquang was busy preparing the hot pot. He looked at them and finally said to Xia Xiaochan, "Go to Han Fei next time. You can't kill him anyway. Just feel free to attack him." Han Fei Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu each returned with a huge pile of ancient books from the library. Noticing Han Fei, they said, "Let's search the ancient classics for an answer." Xia Xiaochan sighed helplessly. "That's unnecessary. I've read all the classics in this place. However, I don't think I'll have another attack soon. After this one." Han Fei was greatly relieved to hear that. His arms limp, he remarked, "This is great. I feel that the world is safe again." Xia Xiaochan. Zhang Xuanyu sat on the books and said, "Han Fei, what's that spiritual beast of yours?" Xia Xiaochan had resumed her delightfulness. She asked, "Yes. I saw it too. It had wings." Han Fei did not intend to keep it a secret. He had to introduce his feather god ray sooner or later, and the trip to the fiery mountain was a good excuse. Immediately, Han Fei summoned the feather god ray on the ground. The creature folded its wings and rubbed Han Fei, happy that it was finally set free. Han Fei said, "It's a mutated feather god ray, an exotic creature." Everybody gasped. Luo Xiaobai stared at the feather god ray and asked, "Han Fei, are you sure that it's exotic, not legendary?" Han Fei did not plan to tell them the truth. He petted Little Gold and said, "It's exotic, although it looks weird. I found it in a treasure trove in the fiery mountain." Smack. "Take it back." When Han Fei was about to continue making up his story, someone slapped him in his head. He looked back, only to see Old Bai, who said scornfully, "I hate liars like you most. Why do you say it's exotic when it's apparently legendary? You don't even have the common sense." Han Fei was stunned. "Huh? What common sense?" Glancing at the feather god ray, Old Bai said, "No contractual spiritual beasts that can fly before level 30 are exotic." Han Fei? Wenren stood next to Xia Xiaochan and smiled. "You were quite lucky. Do you know why only hidden fishers can fly?" Han Fei asked in confusion, "Why?" Wenren smiled. "Because although human beings can't fly, when you become a dangling fisher or a hidden fisher, you can hunt a special fish and acquire its wings, which will give you the ability to fly." Immediately, everybody looked at Han Fei and thought to themselves, "Just keep bragging." Han Fei was speechless for a long time. He had thought that hidden fishers got their wings through cultivation. He didn't know that they were acquired from fish. Han Fei couldn't be more embarrassed. Even the hidden fishers couldn't fly without taking wings from the fish, but he was now already able to fly. Wasn't it humiliating for others? At this point, the atmosphere became slightly weird. Han Fei immediately slapped Little Gold's head. "You shouldn't have lied to me. I thought you were an exotic creature." "Outrageous. This is too outrageous." Everyone. Little Gold was dumbfounded under Han Fei's slap. "What's happening? Why is he beating me?" Holding a spoon, Lu Renquang asked in a stunned voice, "So this is a legendary creature?" Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. "So, you got the greatest treasure of the fiery mountain?" Luo Xiaobai said, "There are still other things." Everybody remembered that even the experts of the Thousand-Star City came for the sea token that Han Fei acquired. They knew that it had to be an extraordinary item. Old Bai looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. "So, just keep it a secret. All right? Don't let other people see it. It's best that you do not use it, but when you do, make sure that nobody notices it." Zhang Xuanyu mumbled and walked to the kitchen with Lu Renquang. We can't mess with someone who has a legendary contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei silently recalled Little Gold. He had thought that he would have an justifiable excuse to use Little Gold, which had been exposed, in the future. But as it turned out, his excuse was stupid. Even Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in disdain, as if she were complaining about his lie. The atmosphere turned quite awkward. Xiao Xiaochan jumped off from the tree and patted Han Fei's elbow. A legendary creature is nothing to be surprised at. It can't be more legendary than my giant arowana anyway. Han Fei asked, are you comforting me or infuriating me? At this point, Xiao Xiaochan whispered to him. Is that a legendary creature or not? Han Fei's eyes cramped. He said quickly, of course it is. What else can it possibly be? Xiao Xiaochan said gloomily, the president told me that the giant arowana was a legendary creature, but I don't know what's good about the legendary creatures yet, Han Fei cackled. Legendary creatures are creatures who originate from legends. Xiao Xiaochan smiled cunningly. Huh? You're not surprised at all? Han Fei shut his mouth. He almost felt like killing himself. Why had he been tricked again? Could people be more slightly genuine and less deceptive? When they had the hot pot, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan came. For some reason, the two rookies found the atmosphere weird, but they did not really dare to ask. To enliven the atmosphere, Han Fei asked, hey? Do any of you need phantom beads? I have too many. Zhang Xuanyu snorted and said, are you trying to please us? I'm not interested. Fatty, and I already have enough. More of them won't have any effect on us. Xiao Xiaochan smiled. I've had them too. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, what phantom beads? Xiao Xiaochan giggled. Back in the fiery mountain, you went to the mountain directly, so you didn't know that there was a stealthy fish that had beads in their bodies. The beads can increase the range of your senses. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Han Fei shrugged and thought to himself, this is a bad move, because Luo Xiaobai is apparently not someone who would not beat around the bush. She would simply ask for what she wanted. Having no choices, Han Fei waved his hand, and 1,000 phantom fish immediately covered the ground in the wood. Luo Xiaobai nodded. She extended her hand, and countless tiny vines penetrated through the dead phantom fish. Soon, a tremendous amount of phantom beads were gathered before her. Luo Xiaobai frowned. How many should I have? Old Bai had a mouthful of the wine and said, that's not the best stuff, but it should be enough for you alone. Also, give a bead to Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan each. Old Bai and Xiao Zhan were drinking with each other. Obviously, they did not consider it a big deal. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan, on the other hand, bulged their eyes. The fish looked strange and transparent. More importantly, what were the phantom beads? Why would Luo Xiaobai have so many of them, and they each would only eat one? Wenren frowned and said, Han Fei, take the dead fish away. They're smelly. When you're away, someone came to mess with the fish dragons, but I took care of them. Han Fei was briefly stunned. Who was it? Wenren smiled casually. That's not important. The important thing is that I bought rolls of cloth for you, hiss. Han Fei's blood was freezing when he sensed that everybody was looking at him. Luo Xiaobai nodded coldly. Okay. My clothes are damaged. Xiao Xiaochan blinked her eyes. Great. We'll have new clothes after we're back. To school. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan were confused again. This time, Ling Yuan asked, in a low voice, can senior brother Han Fei make clothes? Old Bai said unhurriedly, well, Xiao Zhan and I could use some clothes. 2. Han Fei. Han Fei felt that his young heart was heavily struck. How could they force him to make clothes when he was occupied in training? While complaining in the cave, Han Fei built clothes. Thankfully, he didn't need to do anything except to input the cloth, but still, it required spiritual energy. But of course, the outsiders wouldn't be able to tell where Han Fei threw the cloth to at all. After refining the clothes and the accessories, Han Fei was about to practice the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies and see if he could further improve himself. Back in the Star Spark Pavilion, after polishing the indestructible body art with the power of the fish fire, the upper limit of his spiritual energy had been increased to 2,999 points. It was only 1 point from 3,000, but it was actually very difficult to cover the gap. Han Fei had decided to put everything else aside and make a breakthrough so that he could regrow his hair first, or he would have to make a monk's cassock for himself. However, before Han Fei did anything, he saw someone at the entrance of the cave. He thought that it was Xiao Xiaochan, because it could have only been her who could show up without a sound. But when he raised his head, he found that it was Old Bai who was leaning against a rock at the entrance of the cave. Mr. President? Old Bai said lazily, Xiao Bai told me that you chose fish transformation instead of the heaven-level techniques back in the secret realm. Han Fei was lost for words. He should have known that Xiao Bai would confess everything when she was asked. He rolled his eyes and chuckled. Mr. President, you're quite informed. That's true, but I haven't studied the technique yet. However, Old Bai asked further, why did you pick that one? Han Fei replied matter-of-factly, if I can turn into a fish, wouldn't it be much easier for me to look for treasures in the ocean? Surprisingly, Old Bai did not argue with him but asked again, I'm told that it's an incomplete technique. Why did you pick it? Do you think you can perfect the technique? Han Fei thought quickly, wondering why the old man was interested in a mortal level technique. He shook his head. It's not so simple. It's more like a hypothesis on fish transformation than a battle technique. Too many things are involved in the book. Old Bai asked suspiciously, really? Han Fei thought of something and said, of course. I can tell them to you. Han Fei believed that the old man should have been convinced by his frankness. That book was theoretical knowledge, and the battle technique was like a paper. He didn't want to dive into the details. However, Old Bai sat down on the rock and said, oh? Why don't you explain it to me? Han Fei. Han Fei was dumbfounded. I was only being polite to you. I didn't really want to go into detail. Eventually, Han Fei could only talk about a random paragraph. Actually, most of the concepts in the book are speculations. For example, human beings, fish, and all the other creatures are all based on spiritual energy. Assuming that human beings can subdivide themselves into spiritual energy, theoretically, they can transform into anything. Old Bai squinted and snorted. That's too complex. Anything else? Han Fei said, also, if human beings can destroy their internal systems, it's theoretically possible for them to alter the Forms of their bones and flesh, which is another way to become a fish. Old Bai narrowed his eyes and hooted again. Destroy their internal systems? How many people can survive after that? How can your spiritual energy circulate? That's a fantasy. Han Fei chuckled. I thought the same after reading it. If I destroy my internal systems, I would turn into a common fisher, wouldn't I? Actually, Han Fei thought to himself that Ren Tianfei, who developed a new way of cultivation after his internal systems were destroyed, was an exception. It was described in the indestructible body art. Who said that it couldn't be realized? Old Bai asked unhurriedly, anything else? Han Fei knew that Old Bai must be up to something, or he wouldn't be so interested in fish transformation. But then, he remembered something else he could talk about. Han Fei sat straight and asked, Mr. President, are you aware of the soul ocean? Huh? Old Bai suddenly stared at Han Fei, the laziness on his face gone. Gazing at Han Fei, Old Bai asked, is the soul ocean mentioned in the book? Han Fei was quite surprised to see Old Bai's reaction. He could only go on. According to the book, the souls of human beings are from the soul ocean, and so are the naturally endowed spiritual beasts. The soul awakening is actually looking for a fitting spiritual beast in the soul ocean. Old Bai had turned solemn. He asked again, anything else? Han Fei blinked his eyes. Well, the author doesn't know anything else. He never went to the soul ocean, and nor did I. However, is there really an ocean in the soul, Mr. President? His face changing non-stop, Old Bai looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. Theoretically, yes. Where do you think the spiritual beast is? After it enters your body? Han Fei asked suspiciously, what about the contractual spiritual beasts? Aren't they stored inside the body too? Old Bai nodded and said, theoretically, after you have a contractual spiritual beast, they will have the ability to go to the soul ocean. That's why the blade fish, that people who have awakened are stronger and sturdier when summoned than regular blade fish. Han Fei gasped hard. Mr. President, is there a way to go to the soul ocean? Has anyone been there? Old Bai snorted. How would I know? But probably not. If someone can enter the soul ocean, they would turn into a spiritual beast. Suddenly, Old Bai focused his eyes on Han Fei. Are you saying that the author of this book is trying to let human beings enter the soul ocean as a soul and then reappear in our world after attaching themselves to the spiritual beasts in the soul ocean? Han Fei's eyes widened. That's not what I said at all. I only made it up to learn the way to enter the soul ocean? How could you have thought of that? Old Bai seemed rather excited. All right. Enough of this conversation. Remember not to tell anyone about the fish transformation. Don't mention anything even in the school. Han Fei asked in shock, why? Old Bai sniffed. It's a forbidden art. It's said that someone succeeded before, but they became a sea monster afterward. All in all, just remember that a ragged mortal-level fish transformation art can't make you transform into a fish. Don't make any attempt. If you want heaven-level techniques, you can find them in the library, but don't study the fish transformation art anymore. Han Fei nodded quickly, but he was actually quite appalled. A sea monster? Han Fei certainly was not frightened by the words of Old Bai. Since he got the fish avatar technique, he knew it would not be easy to practice. The reason why he had not deduced it was that he was still studying the knowledge in the book. It was undeniable that the creator of such a combat skill was either a genius or a madman. Han Fei thought the latter was more likely because the descriptions and deductions in the book were actually leading the readers to destruction. However, the logic in them seemed reasonable and fascinating. After Old Bai left, Han Fei secretly sealed the entrance to the cave. Give up? Not likely. Now let me deduce it. A string of data appeared in front of his eyes. Existing combat skill fish avatar technique, mortal level low quality. Remarks a semi-finished avatar type combat skill, only for reference. Consume spiritual energy 0/100000. Deduction result unknown. Note the direction of the deduction is unknown, so is the result of the deduction. Please be cautious. Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. Cautious? Anyway, I won't practice it if the deducing result is not satisfactory. Deduce. After a while, under Han Fei's expectant gaze, a new combat skill appeared. Existing combat skill fish avatar technique, mortal level ultra quality. Remarks a semi-finished avatar type combat skill, containing the research results of dozens of people, but only for reference. Consume spiritual energy 0/300000. Deduction result unknown. Note the direction of the deduction is unknown, so is the result of the deduction. Please be cautious. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Its name remained the same, so was its level, but its quality changed to ultra level. Han Fei couldn't help gasping. This was a mortal level combat skill. Deducing. A mortal level combat skill usually required only about 1,000 points of spiritual energy. 1,000 points of spiritual energy would be enough to get a mortal level divine quality combat skill. But this time, after consuming 100,000 points of spiritual energy, he only got an ultra quality one? Han Fei took a look at the ultra quality fish avatar technique and was immediately attracted. Yes, this combat skill had not changed in essence. However, after its quality was improved, there were a lot of other thoughts and even human experiments. Huh? Interesting. Han Fei was very curious about this technique now. It was too mysterious. The experience when he possessed Little Black and entered the Soul Ocean was really unforgettable. Now he had a new hope and drive. For example, one of the passages mentioned that someone successfully destroyed his own meridians, treated himself with drugs, and finally survived. Unfortunately, he encountered the same situation as Ren Tianfei. When the meridians were destroyed, his body could no longer absorb spiritual energy. However, this person didn't give up. He found a spiritual spring and swallowed it orally. Although the spiritual energy kept escaping from his body, he still managed to turn his body into a mobile spiritual spring. VAL. Then he activated the fish avatar technique, but the result was not ideal. He had grown fish gills and fins, and even his skin transformed and became limp. Unfortunately, in the end, he died limply halfway through his metamorphosis. Reading this, Han Fei frowned. What would he finally become if he kept practicing the indestructible body art? The only part of his body that he tempered well right now was his skin, which was so tough as to be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. Of course, Xia Shechan's daggers were an exception. As for his flesh and bones, although they had been tempered, they were still not tough enough. If he practiced the fish avatar technique now, perhaps he would end up the same as that other guy. However, to Han Fei's shock, if he continued to deduce the combat skill, he would have to spend 300,000 points of spiritual energy. This number was horrible. Han Fei continued to deduce it. After a moment. Existing combat skill fish avatar technique, mystic level mid-quality. Remarks a semi-finished avatar type combat skill, containing the research. Results of hundreds of years, but only for reference. Consumed spiritual energy 0/1000000. Deduction result unknown. Note the direction of the deduction is unknown, so is the result of the deduction. Please be cautious. Wow. Han Fei was stunned and gasped. Only mystic level? Deducing it again required 1 million points of spiritual energy. And it was still semi-finished, which meant that it still had no practicing value. A lot of data and information poured into Han Fei's mind. His first reaction was to experiment, and there were a lot of experimental examples in the book. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. Now there were hundreds or even thousands of experimental cases. After Han Fei roughly straightened out the mystic level fish avatar technique, he found that the theoretical knowledge had not changed much, but the process of deliberation and details were more abundant. All the people in the experiment cases had basically turned into a fish. Of course, none of them could survive for 3 days. Yes, they all died soon. Huh? Suddenly, his eyes stopped on one of the cases. In this case, a boy whose meridians were born incomplete and he could be a level 2 fisher at most throughout his life. Wasn't he like that before? Wasn't that the way he was when he just came to this world? He continued to read. Someone forcibly destroyed the boy's meridians, injected them with a spiritual spring, and then had spirit gatherers treat him carefully. In the end, the boy survived and practiced the fish avatar technique. In the end, the boy turned into an iron-headed fish, and his bones, flesh and blood had undergone thorough changes, and he could even maintain a bit of consciousness and became a rare iron-headed fish. Gosh. Han Fei was shocked. He succeeded? Han Fei hurriedly continued to study, only to find that only this case was successful and all the others died. But even so, Han Fei was still shocked. With one successful case, it meant that the fish avatar technique was feasible. Han Fei was about to continue to deduce it, but when he saw the 1 million points of spiritual energy, he swallowed. No. I can't afford to continue to deduce it. It took spiritual energy for him to upgrade to be a peak-level great fishing master and to deduce the true spirit fishing art to its 4th level. As well as upgrade his spiritual heritage. And his cultivation also needed spiritual energy. Now, the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe only had half left. It might run out when he worked to become a dangling fisher. Forget it. This combat skill can't be completed in one go. Even if I deduce it into the spirit level, it may not be completed. I'll just deduce it at a proper time in the future. Han Fei. Han Fei. Just as Han Fei was pondering, he suddenly heard Xia Xiaochan calling his name in a low voice at the opening of the cave. Han Fei quickly pushed the stone away, only to find that the sky was already dark. At this moment, the 3 moons shone in the sky, a night breeze filled the cave and it was very quiet. Xia Xiaochan surreptitiously hid at the entrance of the cave, looking cautious. Han Fei asked, Xia Xiaochan, what's up? Hush. Xia Xiaochan jumped into the cave, took Han Fei's arm, and whispered. Tonight, we are going to do something big. Han Fei was stunned. What is it? Xiao Xiaochan said, me, Zhang Xuanyu, and you, are going to explore the secrets of teacher Xiao Zhan. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Oh? Does he have any secrets? Han Fei wondered, Xiao Zhan, just a simple-minded uncle. What secret could he have? Xiao Xiaochan said quickly in a low voice, where did he get so many bull conches? He used to sell bull conchs every day. In the school's pond, there is always a bull conch every day. Don't you think it's suspicious? Han Fei scoffed. Of course, they were fished by him. Our teachers can easily cast their fish hooks thousands of miles away to fish. Xiao Xiaochan shook her head. Then why doesn't he catch something else? Many creatures are more delicious than bull conches. Huh? Yes, you're right. Yes, why didn't he notice this before? They had eaten a lot of bull conches, but no one ever asked where these bull conches were from. Later, after seeing how Wenren fished, they thought that they had figured it out. Since he couldn't practice the fish avatar technique, it might be interesting to explore the sources of the bull conches. Han Fei quickly said, where is Xuanyu Zhang? Why aren't Kuang and Xiaobai going? Xiao Xiaochan said, Xiaobai won't go with us. Kuang is sleeping like a pig. Zhang Xuanyu said he would persuade him to go with us. After a while, Zhang Xuanyu peeked into the cave, and when he saw Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan, he was overjoyed. Fei Fei, have you joined us? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Sure. What about Kuang? Zhang Xuanyu had dragged Lu Renkuang over. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan also poked their heads out from behind Lu Renkuang. With a curious look on their faces, Xiao Xiaochan asked, huh? Zhang Xuanyu, you brought them too? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Yes, we are a team, right? Chu Jinan waved his hand shyly. Hi. Ling Yuan asked, are we really going to peep on teacher Xiao Zhan? Zhang Xuanyu's expression suddenly changed. It's not peeping, but exploration. It's out of the desire for knowledge. In the Thug Academy, Old Bai slept in the library, and Xiao Zhan and Wenren occupied a hill respectively. At this moment, all was quiet and the cool breeze was blowing through the leaves, making a gentle rustling sound. The students all held their breath and walked on their tiptoes. Xiao Xiaochan had removed all the small bells on her body, and the 6 figures drifted in the darkness like ghosts. Suddenly, the 6 of them saw a figure in front of them. Ah! Everyone was startled. Are we discovered? We haven't gone up the hill yet. However, the figure said through a voice transmission, I think it is necessary for me to protect Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan in case they are led astray by you. Xiao Xiaochan asked, Xiaobai? The figure in front of them was Luo Xiaobai. At first, she didn't want to go, because she was not that curious. However, then she thought that she might look antisocial if she was the only one not involved, so she came. Wah! Lu Renkuang grimaced. You will regret it. Zhang Xuanyu said, what are you afraid of? Wait a moment, let's stay away and observe. Xiao Xiaochan responded, I can be invisible, so I can go a little closer. It will be better if one of you go and attract teacher Xiao Zhan's attention. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. I can be invisible too. With that, Han Fei activated his half-baked stealth ability, which he got from the mist-hidden grass. Seeing this, Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan were also shocked. Can Han Fei also be invisible? Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Fei Fei. You're too much. Han Fei scoffed. You're just jealous. Zhang Xuanyu snorted. I'm a dignified soul warrior. Why should I be invisible? After a while, they climbed up the hill where Xiao Zhan was living. This was not so much a hill, as it was the edge of the floating island. There was a cliff not far from the top of the hill. It would take a long time for a person to drop into the sea if he jumped off the cliff. When approaching Xiao Zhan's residence, Lu Renkuang said, "You guys go in front and I'll bring up the rear." Han Fei mocked him, "Are you timid? Will teacher Xiao Zhan eat us?" Xia. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Kuang Kuang, don't be afraid. Even junior brother and sister are braver than you." Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Look, there is a figure on the cliff." Everyone immediately raised their eyes, only to see a burly figure standing on the edge of the cliff. Taking a closer look, they found that the person was not standing on the ground but in the air, about half a meter above the ground. Xia Xiaochan said, "Keep quiet. I will go invisible and get closer." Han Fei took a look at the figure. "I can get closer too." Luo Xiaobai didn't speak. Although she could also be invisible, she was not that curious. Han Fei followed Xia Xiaochan, and the two of them cautiously sneaked over and hid behind a large rock. At this moment, Han Fei clearly saw that there was a big pit near Xiao Zhan's little hut, where a few bull conches that didn't move at all were scattered. "Huh! Is there also a bull conch pit here?" Han Fei exclaimed through voice transmission. Xia Xiaochan nodded. "Yes, I once sneaked here over when Mr. Xiao was selling bull conches at the market." Han Fei took a deep breath. This is weird. Why did Xiao Zhan get so many bull conches? Just while they were chatting happily through a voice transmission, suddenly Han Fei found he was already in the air. Huh? When Han Fei opened his eyes again, he found Xia Xiaochan floating beside him. And Zhang Xuanyu and the others were also floating in the sky. Shoot! Before everyone could react, they found themselves and the others, including Luo Xiaobai and Chu Jinnan, strung together. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were stunned. "We don't know or see anything. Why are we flying in the air?" At this time, Xiao Zhan's casual voice rang, "Did you team up here to find excitement? Fine, I will satisfy you." "Everyone?" Lu Renkuang screamed, "I really shouldn't have been dragged here by you. Teacher Xiao Zhan, I was forced." Xiao Zhan smiled. "Since you're here, let's have fun together." As soon as he said so, the 7 of them flew out at the same time, and then the 6 realized that they seemed to be tied up by a fishing line like a bunch of candied haws. Swish! In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the floating island and were swinging among the clouds. "Ah! Ah! Aha! Help! Teacher, forgive me!" Lu Renkuang was roaring wildly, Zhang Xuanyu was crying for help, and Xia Xiaochan was screaming. As for Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, they almost burst into tears. Han Fei only felt that his mouth and nose were filled with wind. Shit, this was so much more exciting than a roller coaster. This was the real roller coaster. Now he knew how it felt swinging in the clouds and flying like a rocket in a flash. Han Fei covered his mouth with both hands. "Teacher, we will never come again." Zhang Xuanyu was horrified. "Teacher, I feel like I'm going to fall. I'm so scared." Luo Xiaobai's face was all black. You idiots. Lu Renquang had closed his eyes and seemed to have passed out. Calabash brothers, 7 children on one vine, flying and swinging, not afraid at all. La la la. Jingle, tinkle, jingle, tinkle. I'm not afraid. Everyone? Zhang Xuanyu shouted, Fei Fei. You are not afraid? But I am. Xia Xiaochan screamed, how can you still be singing? Han Fei shouted, I'm trying to suppress the fear in my heart. You don't understand. I'm just trying to bring you a little joy. Zhang Xuanyu scolded. My ass. Lu Renquang screamed, nuts. You're all nuts. Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan held each other's hands tightly, sobbing. What is going on here? Why are we suddenly on a roller coaster? Lu Renquang slowly opened his eyes. Sooner or later, I will be driven crazy. By you. At this time, Xiao Zhan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. How do you feel? Isn't it exciting? Lu Renquang roared, yes, yes. Teacher, stop it. Han Fei also shouted, yes, yes. Teacher, we are going to cultivate. Xiao Zhan laughed. Okay, then let's play a little longer. Everyone, no. Calabash brothers. Swoosh. Han Fei flew up in the sky. The next second, he almost urinated. F***CK. I'm 10,000 meters high in the air. Attach. He immediately had little gold attached to him and then flew up with his 2 wings. Xiao Zhan said, not bad, then fly back by yourself. Han Fei. Fortunately, this roller coaster seemed to be thrilling, but they actually didn't fly far. They just swung in the clouds for a while before being dragged back. When Han Fei finally flew back by himself, he found the others had left and now were gathering under their treehouses. Han Fei landed on the ground and asked crossly, I just want to ask, whose idea was that? Zhang Xuanyu immediately pointed to Xia Xiaochan. Hers, her idea. She insisted that teacher Xiao Zhan had a secret. Xia Xiaochan jumped up in anger and drew her knife. Say it again? I just wanted to steal some bull conches, but you suggested peeping at him. How can you blame it on me? Han Fei covered his face. Oh. I was so scared. I don't want to play with you guys anymore. Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan stood aside with pale faces. They were really scared. Just now. Immediately, Ling Yuan said, senior brothers, senior sisters, well, we're going to cultivate. After the 2 of them left, Lu Renquang complained, I told you not to go. Oh. I'm going to throw up. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at them. I'm going to sleep. Lu Renquang said. Wait a minute. Everyone immediately looked at him. Lu Renquang said casually, if you really want to explore the secrets of our school, in fact, there is a place where our teacher never goes. Lu Renquang wasn't smiling as usual, but looked serious. Xia Xiaochan immediately suspiciously said, Quang, no joking here. If I am strung up with others and thrown out again, I will hack you to death. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Yes, the facts show that the secrets of our school cannot be explored. What happened to us just now is a good example. Han Fei shook his head. Ho, I'm not going. Luo Xiaobai agreed. Me neither. Lu Renquang said anxiously, you even dared to explore the secrets of teacher Xiao Zhan, but don't dare to explore this place that no one guards? Actually, there is a small cave on this mountain. Huh? Hearing this, Han Fei, who was just about to leave, came back. A cave was always synonymous with chance. He had heard a lot of stories about failures who were unable to cultivate, who fell off a cliff, straight into a cave, and returned after 3 years after becoming a peerless master. Han Fei wondered, is it true that there is no guard there? Lu Renkuang patted his chest and said, there is absolutely no one guarding it, but that place is a little bit weird. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai also turned around. How weird? Lu Renkuang described, in the most graphic detail. As you all know, I was the first to come to school. At that time, the school was very poor and I didn't have enough food. I thought maybe I could find some food on the mountain. Then, I strayed into that cave. Lu Renkuang described it solemnly. It was a small hole in the north point, covered by layers of grass, dark and deep inside. My strength was relatively weak at the time, so I was stunned after seeing something only after walking in for about 200 meters. It was the president who saved me in the end. Huh? Really? Everyone immediately became interested. Anyway, they had ridden the roller coaster. They had nothing to fear now. Han Fei asked, couldn't you hold your breath? Lu Renkuang said innocently, when I went there for the second time, I held my breath. But after holding my breath, my eyes stung, then something seemed to penetrate my skin, and I fainted again. Xia Shachan's eyes lit up. Didn't you ask the president about it? I asked. But the president told me that I would be disappointed when I knew. But well, I always wondered if there were big secrets there. There must be something good. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and put his arm around the neck of Lu Renkuang. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? If you did, we wouldn't have had to play on the roller coaster. Xia Xiaochan held Luo Xiaobai's hand. Xiaobai, let's go check it out. Luo Xiaobai looked suspiciously at Lu Renkuang. Is it okay? Lu Renkuang patted his chest and said, yes. At that time I was only a junior fishing master, but now I am a peak-level great fishing master. I should be able to hold out longer. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Since the place is so mysterious, we won't take Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan with us. Otherwise, according to you, the two of them will pass out shortly after entering the cave. They set off again. This time, they became more careful, letting Lu Renkuang lead in the front and staying ready to escape at any time. They passed through the woods and the fields overgrown with grass. Finally, Lu Renkuang pushed aside a pile of broad grass and bushes, and everyone saw the entrance to the cave that was not much bigger than a door. Han Fei said, there really is a cave. Zhang Xuanyu hurried forward. Oh. Kuang Kuang didn't lie. Xia Shachan's eyes lit up. Great. Lu Renkuang said proudly, see, I didn't lie to you, right? Luo Xiaobai said, hold our breath and go in. If your eyes start to sting, stop and don't rush forward. Everyone nodded and held their breath. Xia Xiaochan summoned the red fire tricky lobster to open the way. Going forward, it was still bright. After walking only about 200 meters, everyone suddenly stopped. Han Fei felt his eyes were sore, and just when he was about to send a message to the others, they suddenly fell to the ground one after another. Han Fei was startled, forgetting to hold his breath, and hurriedly shouted. At that moment, an indescribable smell invaded his nose. Immediately, Han Fei became unconscious and fell on all fours on the ground. With a thud. The next morning, a few dozen meters away from the entrance of the cave, The 5 of them were lying on the grass. One of Zhang Xuanyu's feet was on the belly of Lu Renquang. Luo Xiaobai and Xia Xiaochan's feet were beside Lu Renquang's head. Han Fei was lying spread-eagled next to them. Ah! Who kicked me? Suddenly, someone kicked Lu Renquang's head and woke him up. And then the others were also awakened. Han Fei felt a bit dizzy. What happened last night? Why did he suddenly faint? Xia Xiaochan shouted, Han Fei, you're stepping on my hair. Han Fei rubbed his head. Okay. Don't move. Let me get up first. After a moment, the 5 of them were sitting on the grass, staring at each other in bewilderment. Lu Renquang sighed. Ah. I'm dizzy again. Who took us out yesterday? Zhang Xuanyu looked around. I don't know. My brain suddenly hurt and then I passed out. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Was it Han Fei? Seeing everyone looking at him, Han Fei shook his head. I fainted soon after. You did. I don't know how we got out. Lu Renquang took a deep breath. It was the president. After a moment, they ran to the big tree at the entrance of the school, only to find old Bai was eating melon while rocking in his chair. Lu Renquang ran over and asked, President, just tell me, what secrets are hidden in the cave? Old Bai glanced at them and then said leisurely, Phew. You're awake. You should cultivate more instead of messing around. Luo Xiaobai asked, President, is there really a secret in that cave? Han Fei begged, President, what is hidden in the cave? I smelled a strange smell and then passed out. Old Bai looked at them with a strange look. Do you really want to know? They kept nodding hard. Old Bai sighed leisurely. In fact, there are not always secrets in every place. It is for your own good not to tell you. But since you want to know, I can tell you. You'd better not regret it. Lu Renquang nodded repeatedly. I definitely won't regret it. Even Han Fei was very curious. It didn't make sense. He fainted before seeing anything. How could it be possible? Old Bai looked at the sky and said casually, I heard from my teacher that thousands of years ago, the first president of the Thug Academy, well, what is his name? I can't remember it. Anyway, he was a king or sage level figure. He once fought with a peerless master. Unfortunately, he got poisoned. Everyone was listening with great interest. This story sounded really interesting. Xia Xiaochan asked, then? Old Bai sneered. Then? Then, our first president defeated the opponent. But he had to discharge the toxins, right? So, with supreme strength, he gathered the toxins up and excreted them in the cave. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, so, we almost got poisoned? Han Fei froze. There seemed to be something wrong. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed drastically. No. President, you just used the word excretion, right? How did he excrete the toxins? Everyone was taken aback. What did Han Fei mean? But then they heard Old Bai chuckled. How? The fastest method of excretion, of course, is pooping. After thousands of years, the poisonous gas has dissipated and the smell has faded a lot. Poof. EW. Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai almost threw up and Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Zhang Xuanyu's face was pale. Quang, you really have perseverance. You have gone to this place 3 times. Ugh. Humph. Luo Xiaobai snorted coldly. She vowed that she would never ever explore the secrets of the school with these bastards again. Xia Shaochan said coldly, Kuang Kuang, are you really that dumb? Han Fei patted Lu Renkuang on the shoulder. Alas! Kuang Kuang. You need to be smarter. I would rather have the roller coaster again than to be stunned by **T. Lu Renkuang was petrified and almost burst into tears. But I had been stunned 3 times. Gosh. Old Bai laughed and scolded, now go and cultivate. Or do you want to go there again? After 2 failed explorations, everyone got down to their own cultivation, and no one mentioned the word exploration anymore. In the cave, Han Fei was practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He found that although practicing, it could no longer raise his upper limit of his spiritual energy. It could allow his body to gradually absorb the energy, scattering in his flesh and blood, and the effect was extraordinary. Half a month later, the cave where Han Fei stayed suddenly surged with spiritual energy, causing the weeds around the cave to grow lush. Through flowers and plants, Luo Xiaobai was the first to perceive the situation here. So, she came to the entrance of the cave with Ling Yuan and Chu Jinnan. Luo Xiaobai said to Ling Yuan and Chu Jinnan, cultivate here, to absorb the escape spiritual energy. Then she stood outside the cave so as to give Han Fei a hand if there was an accident. Crack. After more than an hour, the spiritual energy surging in the cave gradually dissipated, and Han Fei was slightly surprised when he saw the changes in his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level 29, a peak-level Great Fishing Master. Spiritual Energy 12256-1-3499, Spiritual Heritage Level 4, High Quality. Spiritual Beast Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 23. Weapon Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers, Main Art Water Vein Technique. Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level, Divine Quality. My upper limit of spiritual energy increased by 500 points? Han Fei was stunned. Just when he made the breakthrough, he felt that a large amount of energy in his body was absorbed, and his body seemed to be back to normal. Was this because of the energy absorption? However, Han Fei also wondered, was this number the limit? Did this mean that even if he kept practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, it was impossible to increase his upper limit of spiritual energy? This was not what he should consider now. Han Fei's first reaction was to take out the rod he pulled from the back of the rock-holding turtle. This time, he was able to carry it, which was not as difficult as he expected. However, when he started to wave the rod, he couldn't help but give a wry smile. It was still too heavy. He could only swing it around twice and do it extremely slowly. Not to mention fighting, he couldn't even carry it easily. Forget it, one day, I'll be able to wave you with ease. Since most of the energy in his body had been absorbed, Han Fei gathered spiritual energy up and prepared to make his hair grow out. Hia. Out. Luo Xiaobai walked in and looked at Han Fei suspiciously. What are you doing? Then, Luo Xiaobai saw spiritual energy surged over Han Fei's head and some tiny hairs were growing out. However, they grew very slowly and seemed to grow only a little bit after a long time. Luo Xiaobai watched for a long time before slowly saying, your hair is glowing? Han Fei hurriedly stopped and asked in doubt, glowing? Luo Xiaobai approached and took a closer look. You use too much spiritual energy. Now the spiritual energy is concentrated in the hair, so it emits a faint shimmer. Huh? Han Fei felt a little depressed. He had tried so hard, but his hair still hadn't grown out. If he walked out with a glowing head, he would certainly become the laughingstock of the school. Forget it. Han Fei quickly took back all the spiritual energy. In the end, his hairstyle changed from being bald to a crew cut. Han Fei took out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger as a mirror and looked at himself in it. Not bad. Although his hair was a bit short, he looked quite sharp with this hairstyle. Han Fei asked Luo Xiaobai cheerfully, "Hey, Xiaobai, what do you think? Do I look handsome?" Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei indifferently, with no expression on her face. "Since you have finished your breakthrough, I am leaving. By the way, we're going to start tilling the land in a few days." Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai left expressionless, which made Han Fei less confident about his current appearance. When he walked out of the cave, he found Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were sitting cross-legged cultivating, and Ling Yuan's breath was unstable. Han Fei's hand flashed, and a column of spiritual energy poured into her body. Han Fei said, "Just go on with the breakthrough." On the other end, Chu Jinnan seemed to be unable to suppress the breakthrough. Han Fei immediately shouted at him, "You shouldn't make the breakthrough now. Suppress it." Chu Jinnan's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth, immediately dissipated. His spiritual energy opened his eyes, and gave Han Fei an apologetic look. After a while, Ling Yuan made the breakthrough successfully, and the surrounding spiritual energy swarmed into her body. Han Fei also threw a bit of spiritual spring on her. Han Fei said with a smile, "Not bad. You have a solid foundation." Then Han Fei looked at Chu Jinnan. "Have you completed practicing the 108 postures?" Chu Jinnan's face was pale and he mumbled, "I still have 2 left." Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, Chu Jinnan's body was too weak. Although he was at a higher level, so what? It was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Jinnan was not a match for Ling Yuan now. At this time, Lu Ruquang, who came out to get something to eat, ran over. "Fei Fei, I heard that your hair was growing out." Han Fei. Han Fei said grumpily, "Yes." Lu Ruquang curiously looked at Han Fei's head and kept nodding. "Huh. Your hair looks pretty good." As if realizing Han Fei's angry stare, he smiled. "It's almost time for dinner. I came to call you to eat." Han Fei took a contemptuous glance at him. "All you know is how to eat?" Han Fei asked, Hey, do you have a fine iron rod?" "Huh? Fine iron rod? What would I keep that?" "But I have some iron tree rods." Han Fei said, "Why do you need so many iron tree rods? Give them 1 each and let them have a fight." Lu Ruquang glanced at the 2 of them. Huh? Ling Yuan had a breakthrough? A smile appeared on Ling Yuan's cold face. "Brother Han Fei, thank you for your spiritual energy." Han Fei shook his head. "You would make the breakthrough anyway even without the spiritual energy I gave you. Now you and Chu Jinnan will fight each other without using spiritual energy." After a moment, the rod in Chu Jinnan's hand was hit flying and he had a crushing defeat. This was absolutely not the physique that a junior peak-level fishing master should have. His body was still too weak. Lu Ruquang said, "Fei Fei, don't give him too much pressure. Chu Jinnan is fast enough. When he entered our school, he only had the physique of a level 7 fisher. Now his physique is comparable to that of a level 9 fisher. Jingle, jingle, jingle. At this moment, Xiao Shachan's voice came from behind. Yes, he is fast, but his physique is still not strong enough. He can't make any breakthroughs now. Otherwise, he will have endless troubles in the future. Without looking back, Han Fei knew that it was Xiao Shachan here. Only when she wore beautiful clothes, they could hear the bell ringing sound. But these bells were completely useless in combat. Han Fei said, "Huh? Have you finished your cultivation?" Xiao Shachan grunted. "I was not cultivating." As she spoke, she kept staring at Han Fei's head, which annoyed Han Fei. "Hey! Nice haircut." As soon as she said so, with a flash, a sharp blade tore through the air and pierced Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. It happened that he also wanted to test his own strength to see if Xiao Shachan could pierce his flesh this time. Clank. Rip. With a clatter, the knife cut across, producing a violent friction sound. Xiao Shachan exclaimed in shock, "Huh? Han Fei, your physique has become stronger again." Han Fei looked down and found a long cut on his shoulder, and he screamed, "My skin is cut." Lu Renquang. Xiao Shachan's face was all dark. "Shut up. I only cut your skin. What's the big deal?" Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were dumbfounded. Why did Brother Han scream so miserably since only his skin was cut? Chu Jinnan was a little stunned. How strong is Brother Han's physique? Is it because he has mastered the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies? Thinking so, Chu Jinnan cheered up. Since childhood, physique had been his biggest weakness. Now, the opportunity to improve his physique was right in front of him. He must try his best to address this weakness. In the next few days, Han Fei did not cultivate anymore. Cultivating all the time did not necessarily enhance his strength. For example, Xiao Shachan's strength always grew in battle. For another example, Lu Renquang could increase his strength by eating. That was really enviable. As for Luo Xiaobai, she usually cultivated in places with sufficient vegetation and usually chose to cultivate in the plantation. 5 days later, when Zhang Xuanyu finished cultivation, they finally stood on the same starting line as they were all peak-level great fishing masters. Looking at them, Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, who were still junior fishing masters, shivered. Why did we enter such a monstrous school? They're only 1 year older than us. Now, the 7 of them were standing in the plantation, staring at each other. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "So, not only the 5 of us, but all the 7 students in the school have been sent here to till the land?" The eyes of the members of the fish dragons almost popped out. What? Does our young master still have to farm? In front of everybody, colorful flowers were blossoming vigorously, and an assortment of fruit trees were standing. They could smell the fragrance of grasses and the soil. Han Fei swallowed. The plantation that old Jiang left for him back in the Heavenly Water Village was 1,000 acres, and he was almost exhausted to death when he tended to it on his own. This plantation, on the other hand, was much larger and would only be more exhausting. Xiaozhan pointed at the plantation that had a coverage of 100,000 acres and said, "Starting from today, you're no longer restricted, and you're free to go to the level 2 fishery, provided that the plantation is well maintained over the next year." Over the next year? Everybody exclaimed in shock. Han Fei was quite shocked. Sir, seriously? Farming for a whole year? Zhang Xuanyu was almost weeping. Sir, I think we're good enough for the Level 3 fishery. Luo Xiaobai said, Sir, I don't understand. Xiao Xiaochan asked, Can we not farm? Lu Renquang mumbled, Farming is not bad. You can get your own food. Just shut up. Everybody glared at the fatty, who knew nothing but how to eat. Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan were confused too. Weren't they here for further studies? Why were they asked to farm? Should they at least wait until they became peak-level great fishing masters like their senior brothers and sisters? Xiao Zhan glanced at them and said, You two are less gifted, but it's not a problem. Talent is not everything. You will train yourselves well here. Then, Xiao Zhan spoke to Han Fei's team. In 1 year, I want you to take Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan to the level of a great fishing master. In the meantime, you probably won't become dangling fishers in the next year yourselves. Pooh. Everybody was dumbfounded. Why are you talking like we are the teachers? Instead of you? What will you do if we're responsible for grooming the junior students? Also, why are we not allowed to be dangling fishers? What can we do except to make a breakthrough if there's no room for advancement? After that, Xiao Zhan was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. Oh, I forgot to give you my 4th brocade sachet. Then, Xiao Zhan gave the brocade sachet to them and said, Remember, 2 can go to the ocean at one time at most, the other 3 must stay here. Xiao Zhan left rather quickly. He even picked a melon in the plantation on the way. Luo Xiaobai opened the brocade sachet and opened it. Her face changed, and she showed Han Fei. Han Fei accepted the sachet, and it said, Suppress your cultivation at the peak of a great fishing master, practice the basics in the plantation for a year, and survive in the level 2 fishery for a year. Everybody frowned. After they read the sachet, Zhang Xuanyu was confused. Practice the basics? Xiao Xiaochan asked, What if a breakthrough is inevitable? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Let's try to avoid that. This 4th brocade sachet is definitely harder than the previous 3. It must have a deeper meaning. Lu Renquang scratched his head. But I can't think of any deeper meaning. Han Fei, can you? Han Fei chuckled. I don't have time for that. All that I can think about is how we can farm the 100,000 acres of land. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder and said in mixed feelings, Han Fei, you are the only one with farming experience. You should be leading our team. This time. Han Fei raised his eyes. Seriously? Luo Xiaobai nodded too. I agree. I really don't know how to farm. Han Fei grinned. That's fine with me. You must remember what you've asked of me. Xiao Xiaochan asked suspiciously, Why? What's on your mind? Han Fei snapped his finger and said, What's on my mind? As the leader, I have to take the full picture into consideration. Xiao Xiaochan immediately glared at him. You're going to devote all your time to leading instead of working? Seeing that Xiao Xiaochan had drawn her dagger, Han Fei smiled embarrassedly. Do I look like that kind of person? Xiao Xiaochan glared at him. Yes, you do. Zhang Xuanyu agreed. No wonder I had a bad feeling just now. So, you intend to slack off? Han Fei interrupted him in a hurry. Zhang Xuanyu, be responsible for what you say. I'm the one who will irrigate the plantation with spiritual energy, won't. I? Lu Renquang mumbled, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. How can we work on 100,000 acres of land? Han Fei waved his hand at a member of the fish dragons, and a level 9 fisher ran to him quickly. Young master, what's your order? Han Fei said, you will ask 100 people to measure the whole plantation. Also, deliver me some brushes and paper. This particular member couldn't have looked more awful. 100 people to measure 100,000 acres of land? Han Fei, however, took out dozens of phantom fish and said, these tonics can help all of you become fishing masters. This member was energized. Not a problem at all. Rest assured, young master. It will only take 3 days for us to complete this task. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Ask some others to pick all the different spiritual fruit in this plantation and mark their locations on the map. Remember, do not miss any. Yes, young master. Zhang Xuanyu looked at the member who just left in shock. Is that all? Han Fei smiled weirdly and became like one of the best students. Han Fei said confidently, in order to accomplish a task, you have to be well prepared first. Are 100,000 acres big? Yes and no. What we're going to do is to divide that area into different zones for the spiritual plants. But that's not enough. So, I'm planning to eliminate the plants we don't need. And only keep those we need. In that case, we can increase the yield of those plants and reduce the variety of the plants. With Xiaobai and Chu Jinnan's help, it will be done within a month. Everyone? Lu Renquang scratched his head. I'm not following you. Zhang Xuanyu was suspicious. I get it. You're going to prune the plantation. Xiao Xiaochan asked, but we still have to farm, don't we? Luo Xiaobai nodded. I don't understand all the details, but I agree with your plan. Han Fei said proudly, what do you know? According to my plan, we can save 11 months of time. We'll be able to sleep every day after the first month of hard work. Everyone? Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan were both stunned but did not dare ask any questions. All in all, they only needed to do what Han Fei asked them to. Far away, at the gate of the campus, Old Bai frowned and said, this is not working out. That boy is quite clever. His heart can't be nurtured this way. Wenren Yu said casually, rest assured. They may want to slack off, but aren't the fish dragons expanding after making a huge profit? They will have a lot to work on in the future. Xiao Zhan scratched his head. What's in Han Fei's head? I don't know what he is up to, but it seems rather impressive. Old Bai snorted. It's just petty smartness. Later, you'll ask Han Fei to till the land and endow spiritual energy, Zhang Xuanyu to irrigate with water, the little fatty to cut the weeds with his battle techniques, and Xiao Xiaochan to harvest. As for Luo Xiaobai, she's a manipulator, and she has to contribute when the work in the plantation is planned. Wenren Yu nodded. In this way, everybody's abilities will be practiced. Xiao Zhan asked, what about Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan? Old Bai chuckled. Let's wait and see. You really think that they will not go out but fully focus on grooming the junior students? A month had passed. The plantation of the Thug Academy had turned into multiple square lands. Next to each land was a wood sign that had the spiritual plants' names on it. The lands were connected by ravines and trails for the convenience of walking. At the center of the plantation, on the training ground that was the size of 4 football fields, a mantis shrimp was lying on the ground in boredom. wagging its 9 tails. Among them, 2 tails were dancing and whipping a young man and a young woman. Bam! Ling Yuan protected Chu Jinnan with a shield, but in the next moment, they were both blown away. They had been blown away too many times. Recently, they had been making remarkable progress when they fought the 9-tailed mantis shrimp in the day and cultivated spiritual energy at night. Ling Yuan pulled Chu Jinnan and said, "Your sea god grasses can't control its tails at all. Also, you're not fluent with the technique that senior brother Han Fei taught you. You could have dodged it." Chu Jinnan said, blushing, I was hoping to tie it up with the sea god grasses. But I was too slow. I won't do it again. Ling Yuan shook her head. It's impossible for you to control it. It has 9 tails. Also, you know how strong it is. If senior brother Han Fei hadn't only allowed it to use 2 tails, we would have been killed. Cling. Cling. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan swooshed past the training ground. Han Fei even shouted, "Chu Jinnan, why have you failed again? Your body hardness has to reach the peak of a beginner fishing master. That's an order." Chu Jinnan. He and Ling Yuan had seen Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan rushing by too many times. Little White sighed. Senior sister Xiaobai will arrive soon. As they expected, a moment later. Cling. Cling. Luo Xiaobai walked out unhurriedly and looked at them. Did you see Han Fei? And Xia Xiaochan? Ling Yuan blinked her eyes. Well, they just ran off with a watermelon. I don't know where they went though. Luo Xiaobai was quite gloomy, as those 2 guys had stolen food again. In only 1 month, they had eaten up almost 100 kinds of spiritual fruits. Thankfully, Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu had gone to the level 2 fishery, or even more spiritual fruits would have gone extinct. Ever since the fish dragons established their ground in Blue Sea Town, they had been leading the trend of food. Fish dragon barbecue stand, fish dragon hot pot restaurant, fish dragon buffet restaurant, fish dragon mahjong parlor. Hundreds of stores had been set up in the Blue Sea Town, making tremendous profits every day. A lot of the members of the fish dragons had advanced to be fishing masters or even great fishing masters from regular fishers. With Han Fei's help, Li Gang had become a fishing master too. But of course, he was only a most common fishing master, because he only advanced with the spiritual energy of rare fish and did not have a solid foundation. So, he was not as good as other fishing masters when it came to combat. However, what the fish dragons needed at this point were not fighters, but loyal and trustworthy employees. At this point, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were hiding in their special booth in the Fish Dragon Buffet restaurant. Han Fei was cutting a watermelon and smiling. Hey! This is the last watermelon. I've kept the seeds. We'll plant more of them on our land next year. Xia Xiaochan bit a piece of the watermelon and said, How I envy Lu Renquang. Han Fei said in despite, what's fun in the level 2 fishery? It has been mostly explored. They can only visit the mediocre places at most. Holding her chin, Xia Xiaochan said, that's still better than farming. It's been a torturous month. Han Fei picked up a piece of the watermelon and said, your job is much easier. I have to gather spiritual energy and fertilize all the land. It's very strenuous. Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei scornfully. You think I don't know that you've been studying the spirit gathering arrays you found from the library? You're trying to transform the plantation into an enormous spirit-gathering array. At this point, Li Gang came with a couple of people and trays of cookies. "Young master, it's been quite a while. You have no idea how complicated it is to manage the fish dragons right now. It's getting hard for me." Han Fei patted Li Gang's belly and said, "Look at you. You put on more weight. By the way, is Little Red pregnant?" Li Gang was immediately refreshed. His face glowing, he said quickly, "I must. Thank you, young master. I couldn't have become who I am without you. How I admire you, young master." Han Fei waved his hands and said, "Stop, stop. How is the preparation I asked you to do going?" Li Gang's face slightly changed. He said hopefully, "Young master, the 5th Academy of the Heavenly Water Village has been set up. Like you said, we will only admit the talented students and the kids from our gang. We'll provide the best resources and battle techniques for them. In less than 10 years, we will have our own great fishing masters." Han Fei nodded. "Take whatever funding you need. Also, you need to try harder yourself, or other people might be reluctant to obey you." "Yes, of course. Young master, take your time." After Li Gang left, Xiao Shaochan looked at Han Fei curiously. "Huh? You seem quite nice to your subordinates. Why do you not spend the money you earned on yourself?" Han Fei smiled. "What do you think you can buy with mid-quality pearls?" Xiao Shaochan said, "Lots of stuff. Everything in the Linglong Tower." Han Fei smiled scornfully. "Does this silly girl really think everything in the Linglong Tower is good? Most of the things sold there have been abandoned by others. Even the best things are only spiritual weapons. As for the battle techniques, they're not as good as what's in our school library." Han Fei said casually, "Let me tell you, you have to think in the long run. I'm doing this for multiple purposes, partly to repay the Heavenly Water Village, and partly to make a backup plan for us. Our school used to be glorious, but is now bleak. If it ever happens again, we will have a place to retreat to, won't we?" Xiao Shaochan rolled her eyes. "Are you talking about the fish dragons? If the Thug Academy is gone, the fish dragons will be claimed in no time. You think you can retreat there?" Han Fei smiled. "Even the ants have their way of survival. If the size of your fist is the only thing that matters, the little white fish and the big yellow fish in the ocean would have gone extinct a long time ago." Xiao Shaochan said, "The big yellow fish have no fists." Han Fei. 2 months later, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang returned, and Luo Xiaobai and Xiao Shaochan went out. Han Fei, on the other hand, had been wandering in the plantation with a lot of books in his arms. Sometimes, he was even doodling on the ground as if he were a psycho. Half a year passed. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan became advanced fishing masters one after the other. They could resist the attacks from the 9-tailed mantis shrimp's 4 tails, though not gracefully. On a certain day 10 months later, Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were training, when they sensed overwhelming spiritual energy rising in the plantation. Chu Jinnan exclaimed, "Has our senior brother succeeded?" Ling Yuan found it hard to believe. Such a huge spirit-gathering array? How did he manage it? In the school, Wenren Yu and Xiao Zhan were both shocked when they sensed the raging spiritual energy at the gate. Wenren Yu was surprised. Such a huge spirit-gathering array? Is it possible? Xiao Zhan licked his lips and said, I think he succeeded. Old Bai hummed a response and slowly rose. Let's take a look. Standing in the sky, they looked down at the enormous plantation, only to see 100 weird patterns in it. Some of the patterns were fish, some were concentric circles, and some even looked like fishing poles. Old Bai exclaimed and said, he didn't engrave the spirit gathering array outside. Instead, he engraved the spirit gathering array in those patterns. Then, those patterns are attracted to each other and formed a natural spirit gathering array. Wenren said, though it's confusing, it's not half bad. The spiritual energy in this plantation is 3 times more than before. At the same time, the tremendous spiritual energy gathering in the plantation attracted everybody's attention in the Blue Sea town. A lot of people were gathered. Many experts were floating by, including the presidents and the mayor. They were all deep in thought. As for Han Fei, he was busy bragging with Xia Xiaochan and the rest of the students. Han Fei declared proudly, I knew that you couldn't understand it. These are crop circles. No, plantation circles. I've established a big array with 108 patterns, and it can be used for at least 10 years. Isn't it great? Ha 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 ha. Everybody was stunned. We don't know what it is at all, and you're still bragging about it? Han Fei laughed and said, okay, it's my turn to go to the ocean. Just envy me. Xia Xiaochan said, I'll go with you. At this point, Wenren said, take Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan with you. Han Fei was quite gloomy. Why could his teammates go out alone while he had to take 3 burdens with him? Yes. In Han Fei's eyes, Xia Xiaochan was a burden too. She could be quite a troublemaker sometimes. Old Bai landed before them and pointed at the plantation, before he asked, did you create it yourself? Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's an expert who appreciated his creation. He had spent almost a year studying it based on his knowledge on the crop circles and old Zhang's spirit-gathering scripture. He had studied dozens of arrays in the past 10 months. Though he hadn't figured out more arrays yet, he didn't think that anybody could be as good as him in terms of spirit-gathering arrays. Han Fei grinned, not that I'm bragging, but nobody else in the Blue Sea town can establish such a huge spirit-gathering array. Old Bai slapped Han Fei's head. Keep bragging. A real strong spirit gatherer can create one in 3 days at most, and it took you 10 months. Yet, you're still proud of it? Dumbfounded, Han Fei exclaimed, that's impossible. My array is full of details. How can it be created in 3 days? Mr. President, just tell me who could do this. Old Bai scorned. You think I'm kidding? Just go away. But don't ever brag again. If you do, don't say that you're a student from the Thug Academy, Lu Renquang remarked, another fallout. Zhang Xuanyu rose and patted the mud off from his butt. I was almost convinced by you, but were you only bragging? Blushing, Han Fei covered his face and ran off, while he shouted, let's go to the fishery now. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan were both stunned for a long time, before they finally caught up with Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan was not in such a rush. After Han Fei left, she asked, Mr. President, is it really possible that someone can establish such a huge spirit gathering array in only 3 days? Old Bai scratched his beard and nodded, yes, definitely. I know a spirit gatherer at the level of law enforcer. He can do that. Pooh. Everybody almost fell. Mr. President, are you kidding? Wenren and Xiao Zhan looked at Old Bai in surprise too. That seems rather outrageous. Why do you compare him to such a person? Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. We must not tell Han Fei that. Well, let's just tell him that he's still weak. Xiao Xiaochan stuck out her tongue, wondering if Han Fei was really such a gifted spirit gatherer. In the level 2 fishery, the dazzling sun covered the waves with golden radiance. It was quite a magnificent view. It had been 2 months since Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan came to the level 2 fishery. Since Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were with them, Han Fei could not explore the dangerous places. But of course, there were still things they could do. Xiao Xiaochan, for one, had discovered that there seemed to be something frigid deep down in the water that was colder than usual. At this point, Xiao Xiaochan was shaking her legs in the water on the back of the giant arowana. Not far away, tremendous amounts of seaweed were now turning into nets and now spears, catching a couple of ironhead fish now and then. Above the seaweed, Ling Yuan was fighting a gigantic lobster with 2 swords, which caused ear-splitting sounds when they hit the lobster's pincers. While kicking the water, Xiao Xiaochan shouted, Ling Yuan, you are an armorist, not a soul warrior. You can control your swords, but don't fight with your swords. Also, Chu Jinnan, are you trying to farm in the ocean by creating so much seaweed? A manipulator is supposed to restrict an enemy? What have you done? Providing a battle environment in favor of the enemy? Hardly had Xiao Xiaochan finished when all the seaweeds were focused at the center and spread to that gigantic lobster. Very soon, the lobster was almost fully tied up by seaweeds. The lobster tried to break free, but the tensile seaweeds were stuck to its joints. Clank, clank, clank. Dozens of swords flew out of Ling Yuan's weapon box at a corner on the lobster's head, finally executing the creature. A moment later, the seaweeds changed into the shape of a human, and Chu Jinnan scratched his head awkwardly. Senior sister. Xiao Xiaochan waved her hands. Go make food on the boat. I'll go to the bottom of the ocean and see what Han Fei is doing. As it turned out, Han Fei found a habitat of mantis shrimp in the level 2 fishery. It was a seabed full of pebbles and sand that was filled with holes. Every time the fish passed by looking for food from the sand, a mantis shrimp would suddenly jump out of the hole and capture them. At this point, sand and smoke was rising from one of the caves. Bam! The cave collapsed, and 2 enormous mantis shrimps were doing unspeakable things right next to each other. Han Fei's face was gloomily. 9-tailed mantis shrimp, that's enough. I've watched a long time. Are you done yet? The 9-tailed mantis shrimp waved its tails and tried to nuzzle him, but Han Fei simply kicked it away. Han Fei said, I'll give you another 100 seconds. If you're still not done, I'll cook you. Suddenly, Han Fei turned around, only to see Xiao Xiaochan staring at the 9-tailed mantis shrimp in confusion. Her eyes widened. Han Fei blushed. Well, actually, I'm only here to set up the 9-tailed mantis shrimp with a girlfriend. It will be over soon. Xiao Xiaochan said angrily, you're really gross. Han Fei was speechless. Why am I gross? It's the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. That's gross, alright? It must be because the creature has been single for too long. Angrily, Han Fei punched out, and another mantis shrimp swam out of a cave-in. Fury and slapped with a seal that was as huge as a mountain. A moment later, Han Fei swam upward with a mantis shrimp almost 4 meters long. He couldn't stay here anymore. It was too embarrassing. On the boat, Han Fei's teammates were all shocked to see him return with a mantis shrimp. Is it really appropriate to eat a mantis shrimp right in front of the nine-tailed mantis shrimp? Han Fei snorted. You make better mantis shrimp. Ling Yuan, shell it. A moment later, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp returned. It lowered its head and trembled in fear when it saw the shell of the mantis shrimp on the boat. Chu Jinnan suggested, Senior brother, why don't you recall the nine-tailed mantis shrimp? Han Fei snorted. No. I would rather let it watch this. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp secretly peeped at Han Fei, feeling that it didn't deserve this, because it had done nothing more than seek a girlfriend. Not caring about any of that, Xia Xiaochan grabbed a piece of lobster meat and asked, Are we going back tomorrow? Han Fei said, We didn't find the place you mentioned anyway. We should head back now. Then, he looked at Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. Do you think you can make a breakthrough to be great fishing masters now? Chu Jinnan shook his head. Senior brother, I think my body hardness is not good enough yet. Han Fei waved his hand. You can make a breakthrough now. Your body hardness is as good as a peak fishing master right now. However, breakthroughs require opportunities, and we can't look for them for you. Ling Yuan nodded. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. They had been hoping for a breakthrough for a long time, and they immediately started trying. For other people, it might seem impossible, but in Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's eyes, it was only natural. Those two wouldn't be geniuses at all if they couldn't become great fishing masters after a year of hard training with the help of cultivation arts and spiritual fish. Although everybody had tremendous fun last year, they did everything they were supposed to do. Lu Renquang could control a horrifying number of weapons and was almost as good as Li Hani now. After all, it was not an easy task to prune with torrents of knives and swords. Luo Xiaobai discovered a new ability. She could attach herself to plants and travel among them. It was really a marvelous skill. Zhang Xuanyu was the most frequent visitor of the ocean. He had created two battle techniques himself, which were quite impressive and needed to practice the techniques in the ocean. It was needless to mention Xia Xiaochan, who spent half a year training during the last year. She had fully grasped her wanderer swimming art, her heaven level technique, making her the fastest of the team. Han Fei could barely catch her even with little gold and the shadow swimming art. As for Han Fei himself, he had made most progress in arrays in the past year. He had imitated all the arrays listed in the spirit gathering scripture. Although he had only grabbed the spirit gathering scripture, he had learned the basics of other arrays in the book, such as soul trapping array, spiritual energy barrier, stealth array, spiritual explosion array, etc., in more than 30 categories. Of course, those minor arrays did not make Han Fei stronger, but they made him an expert with more capabilities. Apart from the arrays, the energy inside Han Fei had been mostly digested. Though his level was not improved, his indestructible body was even sturdier. Not just his skin, but his internal organs were tough now too. It was definitely a dangerous thing to make a breakthrough on the ocean. Particularly for the rookies like Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. Of course, there was nothing to worry about since Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were here. Han Fei kicked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and said, Go and kill all the fish that attempt to draw clear. Xia Xiaochan snorted. It's really unlucky to be your spiritual beast. Han Fei chuckled. You have no idea how happy it was just now. Frowning, Xia Xiaochan asked, "We've been here for 2 months. Why did you not capture a contractual spiritual beast for them?" Han Fei was lost for words. Should we also help them to be dangling fishers? Certain things have to be done by themselves. When we capture the exotic contractual spiritual beasts, although Xiao Bai led the way for us, we captured them by ourselves, didn't we? Xia Xiaochan thought for a moment. That does make sense. Let's just give them the map that we marked and ask them to do it on their own. Han Fei nodded unconcernedly and said, "We're going to the level 3 fishery. After we return, won't we?" Xia Xiaochan stretched out her arms. "That's right. I'm dying now after a year of boredom." As she spoke, Xia Xiaochan jumped backward into the water from the deck. Lying on the surface of the sea, she said delighted, "It's fun in the ocean. I'm not farming material." Han Fei said, "Come here. You're jumping into the water when the food is ready?" Xia Xiaochan proposed, "Let's make a breakthrough too. If everything goes well, Xiao Bai and the rest of them are probably dangling fishers now." In the next second, Xia Xiaochan flashed to the hot pot, making Han Fei lost 4 words. "Do you have to flaunt that you can flash to another location?" Xia Xiaochan said, "For some reason, I always feel that my spiritual energy is redundant, and I want to consume some of it." Han Fei was speechless. "Are you flaunting your abilities again?" Right then, spiritual energy suddenly surged out of Xia Xiaochan, with redness in the middle of it. Han Fei's face changed greatly, and he rose to his feet immediately. Not good. Why is she suddenly having an attack? Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Of all times to have a meltdown, she was having an episode at this particular moment? What was her problem exactly? Xia Xiaochan was smiling a second ago, but 1 second later, her eyes were bloodshot. Out of Han Fei's expectation, instead of attacking him, Xia Xiaochan flashed 100 meters away and dove into the ocean. His face changing greatly, Han Fei shouted, "Nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Protect them. Little gold, attach." Han Fei dove into the ocean with a swoosh. He saw a red shadow blinking far away. Xia Xiaochan, wait. Both of them were extraordinarily fast. They could definitely leave regular great fishing masters dumbfounded. As a hunter, Xia Xiaochan was adept at agility in the first place. Plus with her divine-level wanderer swimming art, she was like a red lightning ball in the ocean when she rushed. Although Han Fei's shadow swimming art was only demon level, it was divine quality. Also, he had the boost of little gold. He was the only one who could catch up to Xia Xiaochan now. One chasing the other, they penetrated through all the fish on their way. 2. Many fish were spun or knocked away by them, but by the time they realized what was going on, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were already gone. Huh? In no more than 10 minutes, Han Fei suddenly stopped, because Xia Xiaochan was gone. Is she in stealth mode? Han Fei was quite grave, because it didn't make sense. When Xia Xiaochan had an attack, she would usually go on a killing spree and would not hide. But why had he lost her? Han Fei looked around and noticed something wrong. He seemed to have reached a slightly dangerous treasure trove in the level 2 fishery that Zhang Xuanyu marked on his map. However, they did not come here because the odds of discovery were not high. At this point, Han Fei sensed that the spiritual energy was more intense than before, and the water was colder. A shoal of dragon-headed fish was swimming by when they saw Han Fei. Immediately, they all jerked at him. Han Fei did not know what to say about those stubborn fools. He flapped his wings and got rid of the fish before he descended deeper into the sea. A moment later, Han Fei saw multiple three-headed snakes at the bottom of the sea. He immediately turned grave, knowing that Xia Xiaochuan was here. Following the debris on the bottom, Han Fei discovered to his surprise, the entrance to an undersea cave. This was a dangerous area full of Buddha octopuses. Disguises had been set up here just like the sunken ship that Jiang Qin took him to earlier. Also, whoever set up the disguises set the entrance among the Buddha octopuses, making it impossible for regular people to find. If Xiao Xiaochuan hadn't cut half of the Buddha octopuses, Han Fei didn't think that he would have found it. However, what confused Han Fei was how Xiao Xiaochuan knew that there was an entrance in this place. Also, from the cold feeling he sensed at the entrance, Han Fei knew that there must be something freezing in the cave. Dashing into the undersea cave without any hesitation, Han Fei immediately sensed that the water dropped by dozens of degrees. After he descended 20 meters, the temperature was already below zero. Han Fei even found plants in the cave. However, most of the plants were blue, and there were many broken icicles near the plants. Han Fei found it amazing. It was common sense that water would turn into ice when the temperature was below zero. Although the salty water had a lower freezing point, it would still turn into ice when the temperature was too low. Huh? Wait. The temperature here is sufficient. Would spiritual energy influence the freezing point? Han Fei picked up a piece of ice and crumbled it to feel its temperature. Then, he looked around. Was it a huge block of ice 1,000 meters away? Han Fei swam near, only to discover that it was Xia Xiaochuan who was crouching on a gigantic piece of ice. Not just that, Xia Xiaochuan was glowing in redness at this point, and the heat she radiated was flowing like magma. Even though the ice was cold, Xia Xiaochuan had burnt the shape of a human in it. Han Fei subconsciously touched the ice, only to take his hand back. Immediately, the ice was almost as cold as the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon. Han Fei whispered telepathically, Xia Xiaochuan, can you hear me? After Han Fei said that, Xia Xiaochuan suddenly opened her bloodshot eyes. After a blink, she was gone, and Han Fei hurried to raise his sword. Bam! As he expected, Xia Xiaochuan appeared behind him and cut Han Fei with her dagger. Supposedly, Xia Xiaochuan should be no match for Han Fei, but at this point, Xia Xiaochuan was like a source of heat, and behind Han Fei was a huge glacier. In between them, Han Fei was being both frozen and scorched. For that reason, Han Fei was slowed down and thrown into the glacier. Ice was consolidating on the surface of Han Fei's body at a visible speed, but he had no time to bother with that as Xia Xiaochuan had stabbed him again. He couldn't be more careful. Clang! 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 The chaotic battle began. Now, Han Fei was thrown to the glacier, and now, Xia Xiaochuan had done the same. Those two left all kinds of cracks and holes in the glacier. Of course, Han Fei had been mostly focused on defending himself, so he was the one that was terribly beaten in the battle. At this point, they had fought their way into the glacier, digging a cave through the extraordinarily hard ice. Han Fei was lost for words. What exactly was this girl's disease? It had improved her combat abilities by 2 levels. However, Han Fei had guessed Xia Xiaochuan's intention. She seemed to be trying to cool her weirdly feverish body with the coldness of the glacier. Therefore, Han Fei kept digging the tunnel, taking them deeper and deeper into the glacier until the tunnel behind them was refilled by water and frozen again. Han Fei didn't know how long he had dug. But in the narrow space, he had been stabbed 1,000 times while he cast the divine healing technique on himself. Suddenly, he trembled again as the temperature had dropped another time. He turned around, only to see a blue stone in the middle of the glacier. Shoot! What is this thing? Han Fei was immediately covered in ice, and he was slowed down. Xia Xiaochan, on the other hand, continued attacking Han Fei even though the red glow on her was slightly diminished. In the last moment, the only thing that Han Fei could do was to pump the water nearby away with Forge the Universe and leave an appropriate amount of air for himself. One day passed. Xia Xiaochan woke up in coldness. She tried to open her eyes, but failed because it was too cold. Immediately, she fused the red fire tricky lobster with herself. During the fusion, Xia Xiaochan was stunned when she realized that she was much stronger than before. When did she become a dangling fisher? Then, the ice was slightly melted, and she managed to open her eyes, only to see that Han Fei was right before her and was pressing her hands against the wall. Of course, Han Fei was now nothing more than a human-shaped ice sculpture at this point. Bam! Fire surged out, and Xia Xiaochan struggled to shatter part of the ice. But then she found that Han Fei was still frozen in the ice in the same posture, with the same expression of speechlessness. Explode! Xia Xiaochan yelled, breaking the ice on them. But she screamed in the next second. When the ice was broken, their clothes were broken too. Not just that, after the ice that covered Han Fei was frozen, his body was still rigid and he was still towering over Xia Xiaochan. His eyes cramping, Han Fei simply pretended that he hadn't come back to himself yet and did not move. Smack! Han Fei was slapped in the face. He burst into a fury. Why are you slapping me? Xia Xiaochan shouted, don't look at me. Give me my clothes. At this point, Xia Xiaochan was trying to conceal her body in flames. Han Fei moved his eyes upward. I didn't see anything. You were the one who led us to this place. Then, Han Fei extracted 2 sets of clothes from Forge the Universe. But the clothes were burnt and then frozen into ashy ice again. Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei said, wait, it's all because of that stone. When you had an attack yesterday, I had no time to deal with the stone. In the space covering no more than 1 square meter, Han Fei breathed heavily and pointed at a blue stone 100 meters away. Xia Xiaochan said, her face completely red, keep your eyes closed. Han Fei snorted, but he didn't refuse to close his eyes since he had seen everything. A moment later, Han Fei felt that fire was rising, and Xia Xiaochan seemed to be digging a tunnel with her best moves. But she screamed when she reached for the stone. Han Fei opened her eyes quickly, only to see that one of Xia Xiaochan's hands had been frozen into ice. The ice was quickly spreading on the surface of her body. Greatly shocked, Han Fei flashed to Xia Xiaochan and reached for that blue stone. But he was no luckier than Xia Xiaochan. Hardly had he touched the stone when he was completely frozen. He felt that his hand was wasted at this point. Come here. Thankfully, 1 second before Han Fei turned into an ice sculpture, the blue stone was stored into Forge the Universe. But of course, the result was that everything in Forge the Universe was frozen. Except the spiritual spring. In the outside world, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, 2 ice sculptures, stared at each other. It took several minutes before the furious flames on Xia Xiaochan's body melted the ice on the surface. After she was thawed, she flashed to Han Fei's back and said, "Don't look back, and bring out more clothes." Han Fei was lost for words. Thankfully, the girls had stored all their clothes in his place, or he would have nothing to offer. The glacier was less cold without the blue stone, though there was still frost on their clothes. The clothes were not completely frozen. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed and roared at Han Fei, "I paid 2,000 mid-quality pearls for a map. And it's useless now. Han Fei, you're truly shameless to not tell me until this moment and even flaunt your map at me." A moment later, outside of the glacier, Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei were both silent. The atmosphere was slightly weird. After a long time, Xia Xiaochan said, "You can't tell this to anybody else. Just keep the stone to yourself. Don't take it out again." Han Fei was lost for words. "What if you have another attack? Earlier, you were like a fireball. You could have melted this glacier." Xia Xiaochan's face was red. "You still can't tell anyone. You can give the stone to me and go away." Han Fei mumbled, "Hey. It's actually nothing. Neither of us are adults yet." Pooh. Han Fei was stabbed in the next second. But to their surprise, the dagger entered 2 centimeters into Han Fei's flesh. "Ouch. Are you trying to murder your husband?" Xia Xiaochan glared at him. "Shut up. We've held our rite of passage at 12. I didn't mean it." Han Fei did not know what to say. He forgot that the age of 12 was the threshold for adulthood in this world because of the high death rate. Now that they were 14, it was true that they were no longer kids. His face slightly changing, Han Fei asked, "When did you make a breakthrough?" Xia Xiaochan slightly shook her head. "I already made it after I woke up." Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself. "Please don't stab me anymore. You can go back first. I need to make a breakthrough in that cave." Xia Xiaochan was briefly stunned. "I'll wait for you here." Han Fei said, "Why? You could just bring them to us in case anything happens to them up there. This place is much safer." Xia Xiaochan hesitated for a moment but did not argue. Slightly overwhelmed by the embarrassing contact with Han Fei, she went back obediently as he instructed. Han Fei returned to the cave just now and sat cross-legged, seeking a quick breakthrough. He was rather panicked, wondering what he should do after he failed to resist. Xia Xiaochan. The indestructible body couldn't block her dagger? He complained to himself, "What kind of indestructible body is this? It seems that I still need more training." 1 hour passed. After a crack, the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe was quickly dwindling. Han Fei felt that his body was expanding, his veins were broadened, and his flesh and his bones had a sheen. His physical strength was increasing at an unbelievable speed. However, during this breakthrough, Han Fei sensed that the consumption of spiritual energy had significantly increased. He had calculated that 500,000 points of spiritual energy were enough for him to make a minor advancement in the level of Great Fishing Master. However, this time, the polishing of a minor level required 500,000 points of spiritual energy, and it consumed almost 1,500,000 points of spiritual energy for the whole level. That was not counting the million points of spiritual energy consumed during the breakthrough. All things considered, he had consumed more than 2,500,000 Points of spiritual energy when he became a dangling fisher. Han Fei subconsciously swallowed. Cultivation seemed to be getting harder and harder. Considering the spiritual energy absorption of the third level of void fishing, it would take 5 years for him to turn into a hanging fisher from a dangling fisher. That was if he was training hard every day. If he dawdled every other day like he did, it would take 7 or 8 years. Han Fei quickly looked at the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe. It was now no more than 1 foot deep and contained no more than 5 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei nearly wept. Back then, the spiritual spring had filled the whole Forge the Universe, but after only 1 year, there was only so little of it left. It was not enough for the deduction of the 4th level of void fishing. After another hour, Han Fei finally stabilized himself in his new level. Thanks to the tremendous spiritual energy, his body hardness slightly increased. He tried to take out the rod that he drew from the rock holding turtle. The rod was much lighter this time. Earlier, it had felt like a mountain, but at this point, it felt like a huge rock at most. Han Fei even tried to practice his rod technique with it. When the rod hit the ground, it even caused cracks. Not bad. I can lift it now, but it's still slow and unhandy. It would be great if the rod could be lighter. At this point, Xiao Xiaochan ran in from the outside and was briefly stunned to see Han Fei's rod. Is this the rod? Seeing that Han Fei was fine, she focused her eyes on Han Fei's rod. Immediately, Han Fei nodded. I just tried it. Xiao Xiaochan asked, can I try it? Han Fei extended his hand and loosened it. Xiao Xiaochan took it, but her face immediately changed. She held the rod with her whole body, but she was still falling. She shouted quickly, take it away, now. Han Fei grabbed the rod and threw it into Forge the Universe. This rod is quite heavy. It can be used to smash people, but not so convenient as a weapon. Huh? Why are you down here? Xiao Xiaochan said, avoiding eye contact with him, I'm just checking up on you. Let me stab you again. Han Fei was amused. Hey, Xiao Xiaochan, enough horsing around. Who's horsing around with you? As she spoke, she stabbed Han Fei with a similar force as her previous attack. But she only entered no more than 1 centimeter into Han Fei's flesh. Han Fei grimaced. Although I can heal myself, it's still painful. Xiao Xiaochan glanced at him and said, you deserve it. The moment Han Fei returned to the boat, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp slipped over to him and rubbed Han Fei's leg with its hard head. Han Fei kicked it away and looked at Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan. Both of you have made a breakthrough, haven't you? Blinking her eyes, Ling Yuan said to Han Fei, congratulations on becoming a dangling fisher, senior brother Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. A dangling fisher. He remembered how Xiao Zhan, a dangling fisher, crushed 5 genius great fishing masters earlier. Finally, he was a dangling fisher too. From the top of the boat, Xiao Xiaochan shouted, let's take off. It's time to go back to school. Chu Jinan quickly went to sail the boat, and Han Fei climbed to the top of the boat too. He looked at Xiao Xiaochan and whispered, will you have more attacks after you become a dangling fisher? Xiao Xiaochan turned her head at Han Fei. Do you want me to have more attacks? Han Fei quickly waved his hand. Of course not. I'm just worried that I might be unable to stand your stabbing if you have more attacks. Xiao Xiaochan put on a vague smile. Good. Han Fei. When Han Fei returned to the Thug Academy, he found that the plantation was quite lively. When he was still far away, he heard Zhang Xuanyu shouting, "Bomb!" Then, Lu Renkuang shouted too, "Jokers!" Han Fei and his teammates? They entered the plantation, only to see Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang playing poker with two girls. Han Fei recognized one of the girls to be Hu Karen, whom Zhang Xuanyu had taken away earlier. At this point, their faces were covered with tree leaves. There was nothing but two eyeballs left on Lu Renkuang's face. Han Fei coughed and said, "Zhang Xuanyu, what are you doing here?" The players turned around and were surprised to see Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan. They immediately rose. Zhang Xuanyu hurried to greet them. "Han Fei, you're back. How was your trip?" While speaking, Zhang Xuanyu observed Han Fei up and down. He was truly surprised. Near the table, Hu Karen and the other girl blushed. "We should go back for training." Then, both girls ran past Han Fei and slipped off. Zhang Xuanyu asked with a big smile, "You're both dangling fishers now?" "TSK. TSK. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan are great fishing masters, too. It seems that the Thug Academy is even more powerful now." Lu Renkuang snorted and cleaned the leaves on his face. "You're finally back. I don't want to play poker ever again." Xiao Xiaochan asked, "Who are the two girls?" Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand quickly and said, "They're just poker friends." Han Fei whispered to him telepathically, "Poker friends? Is the other girl also your?" Zhang Xuanyu immediately replied, "What are you talking about? Do I look like an uncommitted man? We're just poker friends." Gloomily, Han Fei ignored Zhang Xuanyu and looked at Lu Renkuang. "Have you made breakthroughs too? Why are you both playing poker here?" Lu Renkuang mumbled, "We were just waiting for you. We had a breakthrough 3 days ago. After I just stabilized myself yesterday, this jerk asked me to play poker with him." Zhang Xuanyu laid his hands on Lu Renkuang's shoulder and said, "This is just a recreation, okay? You can't spend all your time in training, or you'll go crazy." Han Fei turned around and said, "Okay. Just keep playing your poker. I'm heading back." Xiao Xiaochan glared at Zhang Xuanyu, who became a dangling fisher earlier than she did despite his laziness. She didn't know what to say. Lu Renkuang shouted behind them, "Hey, I'm coming." "Han Fei, did you catch any fresh seafood? I'll give you a hand tonight. Let's make a decent meal." In the evening, everybody was gathered at the dinner table. Observing Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, Wenren asked, "Chu Jinnan, is your body hard enough?" Chu Jinnan replied respectfully, "Madam, senior brother Han Fei says that it's acceptable now." Han Fei raised his head. "He's stronger than general peak fishing masters, but he's not as good as the experts who focus on body hardness." Xiao Zhan hummed and said, "Jinnan's foundation is too weak. He can only make up for it slowly and have more exercises as a great fishing master. It won't be a problem later. On the other hand, when are you going to the level 3 fishery?" Han Fei blinked his eyes. "Sir, can you help fix my boat? My boat is almost falling apart after being smashed last time." At this point, Old Bai sneered and said, "Go buy what you need in the Linglong Tower. Don't let the money that the fish dragons earn rot." Han Fei shrugged. What good stuff could he possibly buy from the Linglong Tower? Lu Renquang asked, Mr. President, are we going to stay in the level 3 fishery for a whole year? Will there be any holiday? Pooh. Old Bai nearly choked himself. He said angrily, holiday? You're not allowed to return in the next year. Han Fei asked further, but can you tell us more details about the level 3 fishery, Mr. President? Old Bai grimaced. You can consult Xiao Zhan for the details. The level 3 fishery is a good place to grow up. No teachers will protect you there. If you can survive it, you will be basically qualified to graduate, but if you can't. Hee. Everybody was grave. Each of the first 3 brocade sachets was more difficult than the last. As for this one, although they had been asked to spend 1 year farming, it was actually meant for them to consolidate themselves. As a result, they were in their best state after they became dangling fishers. The key of the 4th brocade sachet, or the so-called level 3 fishery, was a nightmare for regular great fishing masters. The level 3 fishery couldn't be simple. At first, everybody thought that they could traverse the level 2 fishery easily, but it was much more dangerous than they expected. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan listened in silence, unable to say anything. But they were secretly shocked. Ever since they were admitted, they had found that the higher level one was, the more difficult it would be to improve, and the higher the demand on spiritual energy would be. They looked at each other in shock. At this point, they could only fight the common or rare creatures in the level 2 fishery together. But what about Han Fei's team? They only came here a year earlier, but they were already going to explore the level 3 fishery. VIV. Their progress was astonishingly fast. At night, Han Fei didn't discuss the plan in the level 3 fishery with his teammates. He was in need of the 4th level of the true spirit fishing art. Having failed to find it in the library, he could only ask for it from the president. But when he was some distance from the library, Han Fei saw Old Bai, Xiao Zhan, and Wenren Yu entering the library together. Huh? Why are these 3 together? Han Fei was slightly surprised. Generally speaking, Old Bai would sleep in the library, Xiao Zhan would be in his cabin, and Wenren Yu was usually nowhere to be seen. It was rare that they had a meeting like this late at night. Did they have a secret? Immediately, Han Fei cast a breath concealing a ray on himself. It was the first time that he had used it, but he was not worried that he might be seen through. After all, the worst he could expect was to be thrown out. Han Fei quietly followed them and hid in a corner of the library like a thief. Voices were spreading out of the library. Xiao Zhan said, Old Bai, those students are going to the level 3 fishery. Are we giving them the map or not? Wenren Yu immediately gave a negative answer. No. The level 3 fishery is much more vast and dangerous than the level 2 fishery, and our map has marked all the possible treasure troves on the map. If we really give them the map, what if they explore the treasure troves without any consideration for their own safety? Xiao Zhan disagreed with her. However, no cultivator can make a name without the treasures they find by luck. We're no exceptions, are we? We can't be as strong as we are if we hadn't explored the dangerous places. Wenren Yu said, but some of the places on the map are too dangerous for them. It's downright stupid if you try something that you can't accomplish. Do you not know that all of them, including Luo Xiaobai, can be very hot-headed and reckless? Han Fei secretly mumbled to himself, are you implying that we're stupid, Mrs. Wenren? That's unfair. Old Bai, however, interrupted them. Stop fighting. The level 3 fishery is a place where all the young geniuses of the 36 towns and even the 1,000 Star City gain experience. Too many dangling fishers are out there. Let's not give them the map and ask them to fight the heavenly talents of other towns first. Besides, there are too many dangerous places. Do you really think they wouldn't encounter any? Han Fei swallowed hard in the dark. Earlier, Ren Tianfei had left him a map. But the map was very complicated and only had one mark where he had hidden his treasures. There were no other marks at all. If he could acquire Old Bai's map and check it against the map he had, wouldn't it be easy for him to find the place where Ren Tianfei hid the treasures? Han Fei was overjoyed by the thought of that. He was determined to get the map. He was not scared of the dangers in the level 3 fishery, not when Ren Tianfei's treasures were waiting for him to unearth. Of the thousands of treasure troves, one solely belonged to Han Fei. He smiled so hard that he wondered if he could fall asleep tonight. Han Fei immediately set Little Black and Little White free. Han Fei said, "Little Black, see where the map is kept. Don't make any mistakes." At this point, Xiao Zhan and Wenren Yu had agreed with Old Bai that they would not give Han Fei the map. Both of them left the library. None of them seemed to have noticed Han Fei, which made Han Fei rather proud of the array that he had learned. A moment later, Old Bai left the library too, and Han Fei's eyes glittered, knowing that it was his time. Wasting no time, Han Fei immediately stole the map. Little did he know that Old Bai, Xiao Zhan, and Wenren Yu were standing on a tree 1,000 meters away facing the library. Xiao Zhan asked, "Old Bai, did you hide it too well? Let's hope that the boy doesn't miss it." Wenren Yu said, "Han Fei can't be that stupid. If he can't find a map, can we really trust them to explore the level 3 fishery?" Old Bai chuckled. "That boy is rather clever, but his breath-concealing array is truly lousy. It's not half as intricate as his spirit-gathering array." Very soon, Han Fei came out with a map. He even kissed it. There was no telling how he would react when he learned that he was actually tricked. That night, Han Fei sneaked out and made multiple copies of the map. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the whole world belonged to him. The next morning, Han Fei ran into the library. "Mr. President, rise and shine. Do you think I'm dead?" Old Bai walked out of the library and said gloomily, "Why are you screaming here instead of making breakfast?" Han Fei grimaced and asked, "Mr. President, do you have the 4th level of the true spirit fishing art?" Old Bai said angrily, "Are you really going to practice to the end of the true spirit fishing art?" Han Fei said, "I don't have much time. What else should I practice if not the art I'm most familiar with?" Old Bai stared at Han Fei and returned to the library. Soon, he came out with 2 books and threw them to Han Fei. Old Bai said with mixed feelings, "Though the true spirit fishing art is a regular art, all the fishing arts have been written and compiled based on this art. These are the 4th level and the 5th level of the art. You can take them." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "Mr. President, what about the 6th level?" Old Bai replied casually, "I knew you would ask. The 6th level is rare because it's not created for ordinary people. But of course, you may find it in the 1,000-star city from those who like to collect unique copies of books." Then, Old Bai looked at Han Fei and said, "However, I need to remind you that you might not find the 7th level and above of the true spirit fishing art even in the 1,000-star city. So, you can still change your art while you still can. Han Fei raised his eyebrow. It seemed that the higher the level was, the less cheap the true spirit fishing art was. It would be hard for him to find the higher levels. Han Fei thought to himself, the deduction of the fourth level required 10 million points of spiritual energy, so the fifth level would probably require 100 million. As for the sixth level, he would probably be a dominator of the 1,000-star city after he could even reach the sixth level. He immediately smiled. That's fine. I'll pick up a different art by then. Han Fei walked away with a smile. On his way, he browsed through the true spirit fishing art. Very soon, the fourth level of the art popped up in his head. Existing art, true spirit fishing art, incomplete. Level 4, hook battle technique, incomplete. Note, this generic ancient art is now incomplete after the passage of time. Repairing it will cost 10 million points of spiritual energy. Superseding art, void fishing. Level 4, killing hook skill. Completion, 0/10, 000, 000. Huh? Killing hook skill? Why is it not the skill of 1,000-kilometer fishing? Han Fei then continued reading. Existing art, true spirit fishing art, incomplete. Level 5, foot distance art, incomplete. Note, this ancient generic art is now incomplete after the passage of time. Repairing it will cost 100 million points of spiritual energy. Superseding art, void fishing. Level 5, void breaking technique. Completion, 0/100, 000, 000. Han Fei felt a strong headache. Just as he expected, the deduction of the fifth level alone required 100 million points of spiritual energy. Where could he find so much spiritual energy? Han Fei smiled bitterly. The spiritual energy back in the fire cloud cave seemed plenty enough, but it contained only 20 million points of spiritual energy, which meant that he needed 5 such spiritual springs for one deduction. When Han Fei was deep in thought, Zhang Xuanyu appeared out of nowhere and laid his hands on Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei, let me tell you. I found a treasure. Han Fei asked, not entirely interested, what treasure can you find in the town? The good stuff is in the ocean. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Are you silly? Shouldn't we get a map of the level 3 fishery before we explore it? I bought one with 2,000 mid-quality pearls. Hundreds of dangerous places have been marked on it. Am I not good? Han Fei raised his eyebrow and looked at Zhang Xuanyu in shock, wondering if he could tell Zhang Xuanyu about his map that had much more detailed marks. Han Fei decided not to tell him and simply show the map before their departure. He was sure that the man would be stupefied. Somewhere not far away, Xiao Xiaochan and the rest of them had prepared their luggage. However, Han Fei's eyes cramped when he saw the pot 3 meters in diameter next to Le Renquang that was filled with all kinds of spiritual fruits and seasonings. Han Fei was lost for words. Are you going out to gain more experience, or are you going on a vacation? Le Renquang chuckled. We're going to be away for a year. Shouldn't I carry enough of them with me? I would have carried more if the sea-swallowing seashell were bigger. Han Fei was lost for words, as the man was talking as if he had a sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei would have turned a blind eye to Le Renquang if he hadn't acquired a spacious sea-swallowing seashell from Sun Yi. However, before Han Fei complained, Xiao Zhan had criticized him from far away. Le Renquang, Are you going on a vacation? Why don't you just kill yourself with food? Lu Renquang scratched his head pitifully. That's not a lot at all. It's only enough for a month, if I eat it frugally, or my life will be tough. Xiao Zhan almost burst into laughter. Wait. Who told you that you will be teleported to the same place? Huh? Everybody was stunned. What was the meaning of that? Would they be teleported to different places like the trip in the fiery mountain? Xiao Zhan said, the level 3 fishery is a dangerous training field. If the teleportation can be oriented, would I have kept you so long? I could have organized 1,000 people to explore the level 3 fishery together, and no treasures would be left for you at all. Lu Renquang exclaimed, are we not going to be together? Xiao Zhan was rendered speechless. Of course not. The level 3 fishery is a life and death experience for anyone. If the teleportation is oriented, why do you think I and Mrs. Wenren do not go with you? Han Fei was dumbfounded. They would be much more dangerous if they were dispersed after teleportation. He knew that he was not weak, but his team had better comprehensive abilities. With all the 5 classes. After all, everybody had their own specialties. Wenren Yu came too. Looking at the hot pot ingredients all over the ground, she shook her head. I forgot to tell you that although the level 3 fishery is huge, a lot of people from the 36 towns go there, and it's not unusual for ruthless fishers to kill each other for treasures. Xiao Zhan said, the level 3 fishery is much more dangerous than the level 2 fishery apart from other adventurers. You need to deal with everything above and in the water. Who's going to cook for you? After a pause, Xiao Zhan went on, also, the level 3 fishery is open to the 1,000-star city too. Anybody not stronger than a hanging fisher is allowed to go there. So, since you killed Sun Yi, Han Fei, someone from the 1,000-star city will definitely try to kill you. Lu Renquang was shocked. Then what should we do? Those guys are really strong. Xiao Zhan snorted. What are you scared of? The level 3 fishery is too big. You think you can just run into them? Han Fei did not consider it a big deal. He was confident as long as the enemy could not kill him with a simple slap. After all, he was now a dangling fisher, and he could always escape. Luo Xiaobai asked, how can we reunite? Wenren Yu shook her head. It's barely possible, unless you're terribly lucky. But of course, you might encounter each other on the dragon boat. The dragon boat? Seeing that everybody was at a loss, Wenren Yu shook her head. We're not asking you to go today. Today, we're having a special lecture on the things you should remember in the level 3 fishery. Xiao Xiaochan said unhurriedly, I knew that it couldn't be so simple. Lu Renquang, you picked your spiritual fruits for nothing. Lu Renquang said bitterly, I'm really unlucky. Han Fei, however, asked curiously, Sir, what's a dragon boat? Pacing before them, Xiao Zhan said, the things I'm going to talk about concerns your life. So, make sure they're etched in your head. Firstly, the dragon boat, which is the only safe area in the level 3 fishery. It's thousands of meters in width and length. On the dragon boat, nobody is allowed to attack one another, and adventurers can trade with each other, take a rest, or hire other people. Everybody was shocked. Han Fei exclaimed, thousands of meters in width and length? Sir, you must be bragging. Xiao Zhan snorted. You think I'm bragging? Han Fei swallowed. What kind of boat was that? It was more like a spaceship when its size could Be calculated in kilometers instead of meters. Xia Xiaochan counted her fingers and asked, more than 3,000 meters wide and 30,000 meters long. How huge must that be? Xiao Zhan sneered. Huge? There are 100 such dragon boats in the level 3 fishery. Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. So many? Wen Renyu smiled. It's not a lot, compared to the vastness of the level 3 fishery. If you want to return to the Blue Sea town later, you will have to take the teleportation array on the dragon boat. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath and asked, Madam, is there anything apart from the dragon boats? Everybody had been excited and ready to go, but they did not know that the level 3 fishery was so different from the level 2 fishery. The enormous boats thousands of meters long alone were fascinating enough. Wen Renyu smiled. Secondly, apart from the dragon boats, there is another kind of boat in the level 3 fishery, named Ghost Boat. Ghost Boat? Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, as the name did not sound pleasant at all. Wen Renyu nodded and said, the ghost boats are boats that are devoted to pirating. Remember, anybody who meets outside of the dragon boat is stronger than great fishing masters, and the commanders of ghost boats are mostly dangling fishers, who hide their boats in the sea swallowing seashell and attack when there is a chance. They're ruthless and greedy. If you run into them and can't defeat them, it's the smart choice to abandon your boat. Luo Xiaobai asked, do those people usually hide in the water? Wen Renyu shook her head. That's not certain. They might be in the sky too. Xiao Zhan added, right, I need to remind you that those on the ghost boats are mostly mercenaries for hire on the dragon boat. So, do not trust or hire a stranger on the dragon boat unless it's necessary. Everybody nodded. Based on what Xiao Zhan and Wen Renyu said, the dragon boats must be a complicated matter that required extra attention. Xia Xiaochan asked, what if we're in conflicts with someone on the dragon boat? Xiao Zhan replied quickly, don't do anything until you leave the boat. Every dragon boat is supervised with experts at the level of hanging fishers. Luo Xiaobai asked, hanging fishers? What if the hanging fisher is the one looking for trouble? Xiao Zhan said with a smile, there are too many people on the dragon boat. And any hanging fisher would be found out if they ever set the adventurers up. They would be in a lot of trouble, so they usually won't do anything. Han Fei frowned. But what if the hanging fishers look for trouble after we leave the dragon boat? Xiao Zhan was lost for words. You think the hanging fishers have nothing better to do? That's not a possibility. The hanging fishers who supervise the dragon boat cannot leave the boat easily, or a barrier will be triggered and they will be killed. Han Fei was greatly relieved. He couldn't be more careful. After all, a hanging fisher was the strongest among a bunch of great fishing masters and dangling fishers, and they could kill anyone they wanted. At this point, Old Bai walked to them slowly and continued, don't worry about that. You'll know more about the dragon boats and the ghost boats after you reach the level 3 fishery. However, the greatest danger in the level 3 fishery is the level 3 fishery itself. Wen Renyu nodded and said, it's much more likely for a regular adventurer to be killed at the bottom of the ocean than in a battle. Different from the level 2 fishery, the level 3 fishery has too many dangerous areas. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, but no matter how many people die, more people will continue the hunt for treasures. Old Bai smiled and said, of course. How can a cultivator achieve anything if we don't explore the treasure troves? That being said, you'd better not visit the special places that are too risky. Lu Renquang mumbled, but we don't know what places are too risky. Old Bai yelled at him, you'll know the perilous places after you go there. Then, Old Bai drove everybody away. Go now, little magnates. You've made a lot of money last year, haven't you? Go buy a decent boat, one that will not sink easily. Luo Xiaobai said, Mr. President, we can't do anything if we have a boat, but no sea-swallowing seashells. As if he had expected someone to say that, Old Bai searched his pocket and took out 3 sea-swallowing seashells. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes immediately glittered. Wow. Mr. President, you are too generous. Thank you very much. Haha. Lu Renquang rubbed his hands. Mr. President, you are the best. Xiao Xiaochan was confused. Why are there only 3? 4 of us don't have a sea-swallowing seashell. Old Bai glanced at Han Fei. Didn't you kill someone from the Sun family? Where is his sea-swallowing seashell? Han Fei blinked his eyes, feeling thousands of iron-head fish raging in his heart. You're taking my trophy away so easily? I feel that I'm disrespected. Xiao Xiaochan, however, extended her hand and said, I want Han Fei's. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Okay. You're truly good at exploiting me, sir. That being said, Han Fei gave Xiao Xiaochan the sea-swallowing seashell, not considering it a big deal. Old Bai sneered. I exploit you? Do you not remember what you did? Han Fei was rather panicked. Did the old man know that he stole the map? Would the old man ask it back? Ignoring him, Old Bai simply went on. You have the sea-swallowing seashells now, and you can buy your own boat. What else do you need? Spiritual weapons? Rubbing his hands, Lu Renquang asked in wild joy, Mr. President, you're going to distribute spiritual weapons too? Han Fei was also stunned at the president's generosity. Although he was not short of spiritual weapons, he certainly wouldn't refuse more of them, especially when it was free. Xiao Xiaochan's eyes glittered. I would like a new dagger. Tisk. Old Bai looked at her in disdain, of course you want that. Whoever doesn't have a spiritual weapon, raise your hand. Immediately, all the 5 of them raised their hands. Then, the rest of them looked at Han Fei, obviously asking him why he raised his hand. Holding his head high, Han Fei said, I'm in need of spiritual weapons too. Bam! Han Fei was kicked away by a shoe, and Old Bai yelled, you get the hell out of here. Then, Old Bai frowned and asked, you didn't acquire any spiritual weapons in the Fiery Mountain? Don't keep it to yourself. It's just a weapon. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. I didn't get anything except a magic rod in the Star Spark Pavilion. Bam! Zhang Xuanyu too was kicked away. He sat down right next to Han Fei. Dumbfounded. Han Fei looked at him in despite. Mr. President is right. You shouldn't have kept that rod to yourself. Zhang Xuanyu trembled in fury. He was better than this shameless guy who pretended that he had no spiritual weapons anyway. Old Bai asked, Lu Renquang, you didn't find any spiritual weapons? Lu Renquang's eyes cramped. I still need a sword. Get lost. Okay. Everyone. Lu Renquang quickly ran to Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu and sat down next to them. Han Fei? Zhang Xuanyu? Luo Xiaobai said, I picked speed. Xiao Xiaochan said, I picked a boost that can improve my speed. Behind her, Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang looked at each other in a daze. Han Fei asked, you can pick a boost? Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. There are seeds in the Star Spark Pavilion? Did she pick the seeds for farming? Lu Renquang said, how would I know? There were so many stars. I only picked a saber. Old Bai and Xiao Zhan both looked at Wenrenyu, and Wenrenyu snorted. You two come to me tonight. Then, Wenrenyu threw a book at them and said, it contains the commonly seen fish in the level 3 fishery. Take a look for yourself. The next day, those 5 people were about to set off, and Xiao Zhan and Wenrenyu saw them off, with Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. Xiao Zhan said, on the same day 1 year later, I will welcome you at the gate of the school. Wenrenyu threw a jade slip at each of them and said, this is a technique of self-explosion. The spiritual weapons in the level 3 fishery are not valuable. When your life is at risk, you can detonate those spiritual weapons. And it may save your life. Everybody was surprised. Self-explosion? They didn't know that it was possible. Wenrenyu said, let's hope that you will never have to use it. Be careful. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, sir and madam, we're leaving. Han Fei said, goodbye. I'll bring local specialties to you when I return. After they left, Xiao Zhan said to Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, casually, you will embark on this journey too, but you have to travel to the level 2 fishery. First, you will have half a year to prepare yourselves. Xiao Zhan went back. Scratching his head, Chu Jinnan said innocently, Ling Yuan, I'm slightly anxious. Ling Yuan patted Chu Jinnan's shoulder heavily. Don't be. I've got you covered. On the way, after they just passed the iron bridge, Han Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Come here. I've got some gifts for you. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed and roared at Han Fei, I paid 2,000 mid-quality pearls for a map. And it's useless now. Han Fei, you're truly shameless to not tell me until this moment and even flaunt your map at me. They embarked on a new journey of cultivation. No. To be precise, for Han Fei and the others, the trip to the 3-level fishery should be considered an adventure. For some people, adventure meant danger. But real strong masters never feared danger. Even ordinary fishers wouldn't be afraid of death, not to mention those who were already peak-level great fishing masters. Xia Xiaochan changed to a new pair of daggers. In fact, she was not short of daggers as Han Fei had made 2 more for her. But hunters couldn't have 2 many daggers, just like weapons to armorists. And Luo Xiaobai got the first weapon in her life, a long whip, a spiritual weapon. She got a spiritual weapon from the beginning and her starting point was very high. But even if Luo Xiaobai didn't use the spiritual weapon, she was still very powerful. At this moment, the 5 of them stood in front of the Linglong Tower. Luo Xiaobai said, as far as I know, the most expensive fishing boat in the Blue Sea town costs 100,000 mid-quality pearls. However, in terms of quality, it is not as good as Han Fei's white fishing boat. Han Fei was stunned. Really? Is my boat worth so much? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It's not that your boat is valuable, but that your boat was made in the 1,000-star city. Such a fishing boat is rare to see in the Blue Sea town, so it's very expensive. Han Fei shrugged helplessly. I want to repair the ship. Suddenly, Han Fei brainstormed an idea. Am I stupid? Although my ship was not made by me, I can make one myself. Han Fei's breathing suddenly became short. If I find a lot of high-level materials to refine a fishing boat at the spiritual weapon level, then I'll be Able to sweep away all obstacles in the fisheries and do whatever I want in the future. It didn't take them long to buy fishing boats. After saving money for more than a year, they were all rich now. Han Fei, as the wealthiest one among them, spent 100,000 mid-quality pearls without blinking an eye. At the far north end of the Blue Sea town, this was an island where Han Fei and the others had never been. The same as the hanging island where the Thug Academy was located, this island didn't have many people come here in normal times. However, anyone who entered or exited this island was at least an advanced great fishing master. In the center of this floating island, there was a huge building. It was a magnificent palace, surrounded by large pillars, tens of meters high, and the pillars were carved with seaweed, fish, and shrimp relics. There was a glow of blue light coming from the building. In front of the building, dozens of guards were all advanced, great fishing masters, each holding a long spear, wearing armor, and looking solemn. Han Fei and the others just wanted to go in, but two guards crossed their spears and stopped them. The teleportation fee to the level 3 fishery is 5,000 mid-quality pearls per person. Everyone was stunned. So expensive? Just when they were still surprised that the toll was so expensive, a familiar voice rang behind them. It's not expensive. In the level 3 fishery, danger and opportunity coexist, and the teleportation fee is just a symbolic screening condition. They looked back, only to see that Li Hani and more than a dozen other people had come. Lu Renquang was furious. Lin Xingmu, how dare you still appear in front of me? Lin Xingmu glanced at Lu Renquang indifferently. We were enemies but not. Now the talents and adventurers from all the 36 towns will gather in the level 3 fishery. You should forget what happened before. We are now comrades in arms. Lu Renquang said angrily, my ass. I don't have a sinister comrade in arms like you. Xiang's was what curled her lips. Fatty, do you have to hold such grudges? We just stripped you, hung you up, and beat you up. What's the big deal? Shut up. Lu Renquang's face was all dark. Seeing him so angry, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how the battle was. Unfortunately, he missed a big show. Zhang Xuanyu said lazily, gee. You are all dangling fishers now. Not bad. Xiang's was snorted coldly. Earlier than you. I heard that you guys only made the breakthrough in these past 2 days. Zhang Xuanyu didn't explain. Little Zwezwa, if you're beaten to tears in the level 3 fishery, don't ask me for help. Get lost. But Luo Xiaobai said, the teleportation is random. Our chances of meeting them are slim. Han Fei nodded. I hope we won't meet in the level 3 fishery, because if we meet, I don't know whether to rob you or not, Li Hani said indifferently. You can certainly try. In fact, things like peaceful coexistence, harmony, and a win-win situation would never exist between cultivators. Anyway, Han Fei would never believe that this group of people would become his allies in the future. Everyone handed in the toll and then entered the building. Then they saw an empty giant space. In the center of it, a dark blue spiral passage was twisting, which looked extremely eerie. Han Fei exclaimed, is this the teleportation array? Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, after entering, we will have to fight separately. Keep safe. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. I hope so, but there is simply no safe place in the level 3 fishery. Xiao Xiaochan said, as long as you don't court death. I don't want to come back a year later and find you are gone. 1 year later? Lihani and his teammates were stunned and stared at them in surprise. Lihani was shocked. You are going to stay there for a year? Xia Xiaochan proudly said, what's the matter? What's the point of going there? If we can't even stay for a year? Everyone was speechless. Are these guys crazy? Lin Xingmu shrugged. Good luck to you. I hope I can still see you in a year. Lu Renquang scoffed. What do you mean? Are you cursing us? Lin Xingmu smiled. Of course not. At this moment, a guard in front of the teleportation array shouted, Be quiet. Remember to take out your fishing boat within 1 minute upon entering the array. Everyone quieted down. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei on the shoulder. See you inside. Luo Xiaobai said, remember, don't rush about. Lu Renquang said, remember to come to the dragon boat to find me. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes at him. There are so many dragon boats. Let's take a chance. Take care. After they bid farewell to each other and parted, Han Fei sighed. I'm going to start a treasure hunt alone again. However, he didn't think Xia Xiaochan and the others would be in danger. Especially Xia Xiaochan, if she went crazy in the level 3 fishery, no one would be able to handle her. When Han Fei stepped into the teleportation array, it was all dark and his body seemed to be dragged forward by a force. 1 minute later, his horizon suddenly widened, and he saw huge clouds and the boundless sea at a glance. However, as far as he could see, there was no fishing boat on the sea 1,000 meters below him. Shit, why am I in the sky? Han Fei quickly took out the fishing boat and steered it to descend slowly. When the fishing boat descended to the height of 100 meters, Han Fei finally saw the side of the sea. The huge sea was like a smooth mirror. Even if the sea was churning in meters high waves at any time, it didn't affect the flawless purity. On the sea, fish leaped out from time to time. Han Fei saw thousands of golden fish jumping on the water. When that kind of fish jumped, its body appeared like an arc, like a crescent moon, which was really beautiful. At the moment of entering the water, its body stretched. Instantly, Han Fei smiled. Is this the crescent moon fish? A string of data flashed in front of his eyes. Name, crescent moon fish. Introduction, jumps like a crescent moon, as fast as the golden silkworm. It spits golden sword chi to fight its enemy and can swallow the moonlight to temper its bones, which can be used in refining. Level 31. Quality regular. Contained spiritual energy 484 points. Edible effect long-term consumption can enhance spiritual energy. Collectible moon bone. Absorbable. Han Fei was overjoyed. I've finally seen some new marine life. The level 3 fishery stretched tens of thousands of kilometers, and there must be no fewer than 10,000 species of fish here. Haha. Treasures, I'm coming. Perhaps because he was in a new environment, but Han Fei felt that the air smelled really fresh. The sky was as cyan as jade and the sea was as blue as sapphire. All he could see was the vast blue sea. Han Fei had just landed the fishing boat on the surface of the sea, and humming sounds came from a near distance. Huh? What sound is it? Han Fei poked his head out, only to see a few colorful fishes, like butterflies, covered in red and white, and less than half a meter long, sticking their heads out of the sea one after another. Data appeared in front of his eyes. Name, humming fish. Introduction, it's a common fish that tends to move in schools and is inedible. They will make a crisp and pleasant sound. Their skulls can be used as a musical instrument. Level 31. Quality regular. Contains spiritual energy 462 points. Effect inedible. Collectible music skull. Absorbable. Han Fei thought it was incredible that there was such a special fish. They could make a sound and their heads could be used as a musical instrument? That was awesome. The humming fish didn't seem to be afraid of humans. Seeing Han Fei looking at them, they also gathered around. Like a group of curious babies, they stared at Han Fei curiously with their big watery eyes as they made humming sounds. At first, there were only 3 or 2 humming fish and they were scattered. However, because Han Fei didn't have any aggressive behavior, more and more humming fish came over. Only a moment later, hundreds or even thousands of humming fish appeared in front of Han Fei. Hum. Hum. At first, Han Fei thought the humming fish were very cute. However, when thousands of humming fish gathered around, it was not cute at all. At this moment, Han Fei only felt that his brain was hurting, and his head was vibrating. Han Fei picked up his fishing rod, poked a few humming fish, and pressed their heads into the water. But as soon as the fishing rod was retracted, they popped up and made more violent sounds. Shit. Go away. Go away. You're too noisy. Han Fei struck the sea surface with his fishing rod and drew a splash of water in the water, frightening the humming fish. Han Fei laughed as he watched the humming fish escape. You coward fish. Han Fei was not in a hurry to fish. He took out 2 fish skin maps and read them. However, before he could open the maps, the humming sounds came again. Damn. Are they back? Han Fei poked his head out, only to find that the sides of the fishing boat were densely covered with humming fish. This time, the humming sounds became louder and louder, and Han Fei checked around the fishing boat and found that there were humming fish all around. These guys huddled together, head to head, opened their mouths, and were humming at the fishing boat. This creepy scene stunned Han Fei. Fuck off. I have no time to play with you. Han Fei took out his rod, stirred around the fishing boat, and the schools of fish retreated again. But before Han Fei sat down again, these shameless things came again. Go to hell. Han Fei was speechless. Were the fish crazy? If the level 3 fishery is full of all these annoying things, how could he embark on this adventure? When a humming fish was killed, to Han Fei's surprise, it began to become chaotic. These humming fish began to flop and jump on the surface of the sea. And their humming voices seemed to be magical, like a 3D stereo, echoing in Han Fei's ears. After a while, the sea was shaking. The intermittent tremor of the sea, caused by the high-frequency humming sound, caused Han Fei's fishing boat to shake violently as if it were equipped with a large electric motor. This kind of sound wave came from the outside to the inside, and Han Fei felt that his head was being pricked by needles, and he had a sharp pain in his brain. Million knife art. Kill. As the blue sea wandering dragon daggers shuttled in the sea, Han Fei even summoned 9 tails, and the 9-star chain was turning wildly in the sea. In a moment, a large number of humming fish were shredded. While Han Fei thought he had scared them away, the humming sounds rang again. Hum, hum, hum. Hum. Han Fei drew a long face and was very angry. I've just come to the level 3 fishery, and what welcomed me was these crazy fish? Shit. F***CKU. Han Fei put away the maps and chose to fly the fishing boat into the sky. Okay, you win. I give the sea to you, okay? This was the first time that Han Fei had ever met a fish he didn't know how to deal with. After flying out more than 500 miles in one breath, Han Fei let the fishing boat land again. Fortunately, this time he didn't encounter a horrible fish like humming fish. Han Fei held the fishing rod and waved the hook out with a swish. Han Fei did not continue to look at the map but to check the situation. Underwater. After all, he was not familiar with the environment here. The fish here were all level 30 or above, so he'd better explore it first. He wouldn't hesitate to take an adventure, but he still had to be careful. After a year of practice, Han Fei had borne in mind the third piece of the god scaring painting. Now his scope of spiritual perception was 250 meters. He spent most of his time studying the arrays. Otherwise, if he concentrated on practicing the god scaring painting, at this moment, his scope of spiritual perception would have exceeded 500 meters. Underwater, as soon as the fish hook was dropped, he saw some finger-shaped shellfish. These shellfish had a tentacle placed outside the shell and moved forward by spraying water. He didn't need the demon purification pot to give him any information. He had read about this creature in the book One Ring you gave him. This shellfish was called razor clam, but although it was seemingly small and vulnerable, it was actually a level 10 creature. Once in danger, thousands of razor clams would gather and turn into a huge stone. And there would be barbed thorns sticking out of the shell for defense. Then Han Fei saw some palm-sized prawns. Their bodies were arched, but there were two tentacles nearly half a meter long on their foreheads. These were red-browed prawns. When they were swimming, their two red eyebrows were dancing in the water, which looked beautiful. In addition to red-browed prawns, there were some common creatures such as butterfly starworms, snow snails, gluttonous fish, and so on. Because the biological species were too complicated, Han Fei just recognized a few hastily and didn't pay any more attention to them. The first thing Han Fei did was put the hook into the water, trying to test the depth of the sea. However, the hook quickly went 500 meters deep without touching the bottom of the sea. Much large fish had appeared around, and these creatures were the main threat. In the level 3 fishery, when the hook was 800 meters deep, it finally reached the seabed. A random place is more than 800 meters deep. The water depth of 1,000 meters must be normal in the 3-level fishery. Han Fei was thinking about the depth of the water, but suddenly saw a big fish of 4 or 5 meters long, casually swimming past. Black moonsicle fish? This was a black, yellow, and white fish with an erect, flat body and a beak-like mouth. Its back was different from other fish. Other fish had dorsal fins, while this fish's dorsal fin was a sickle-shaped scimitar, which was extremely sharp. When Han Fei saw this fish, the first thing that came to his mind was horned sickle fish. The two were so similar, except that the size of the black moon sickle fish was dozens of times the size of the horned sickle fish. Han Fei changed the fishing hooks and lines into the water and had them approach the black moonsicle fish with the winding snake technique. But when Han Fei was launching the flash hook technique and thousand twining, the fish swished away and suddenly slipped tens of meters away. Shit. Is the fish so smart? Han Fei was surprised, but then he saw the black moonsicle fish flash past, cutting the fish line with the sickle on his back. Han Fei was shocked. I have already concealed the fishing line with the water vein technique. How could the fish discover it? But Han Fei certainly wouldn't. Let it destroy his spiritual weapon-level fishing line. Just when the sickle cut across the fishing line, he instantly activated the thousand twining, but this fish was too big. Before it was tied up, it slipped away again. Ha, it's interesting. No wonder it's said that the fish in the level 3 fishery are very smart. It seems that they are really smart. Hanfei was not discouraged. Although this fish ran off, he still had many others to catch. So Hanfei changed his strategy. I can't catch the fish, but I can still fish them. The fish hook of the blue sea wandering dragon pole turned into a small fish with forearm length. It was controlled by Hanfei to dive into the sand and rocks on the seabed, pretending to be foraging. As far as Hanfei perceived, there were no less than 30 kinds of creatures interested in this spiritual energy fish. Haha, a fish is a fish. How can you be smarter than me? Hanfei just wanted to explore the depth of the sea, but as he explored, he began to fight a battle of wits and courage with the fish in the level 3 fishery. At this moment, Hanfei was manipulating the spiritual energy fish to escape, which tried to drill into the seabed rock but deliberately slowed down. On the sea, Hanfei chuckled. I don't believe you won't take the bait. Hanfei was grinning, however, his face turned black before the smile lasted 10 seconds. Hanfei was happily controlling the hook. However, a pair of pincers suddenly stuck out of the mud. The seabed became turbid and his fish hook was caught by the pincers. Hanfei was annoyed. Hey, I'm fishing. Don't disturb me. However, in a twinkle, while the fish hook was caught, Hanfei tied up the pair of pincers with the 1000 twining technique. Up. The fishing rod was bent, and the fishing line being rapidly retracted let out a muffled sound on the seabed. The fish that were about to make a sneak attack on the spiritual energy fish immediately fled one after another. After a while, a broad-tailed shrimp burst out of the water. At the moment it jumped out of the water, dozens of shrimp thorns shot out like sharp arrows. Hanfei did not block them, letting the shrimp thorns fall against his body, making clinking sounds. Hey! You sent yourself to me. Don't blame me. Dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers plunged into the shrimp's belly. In the blink of an eye, the shrimp was frozen on the spot. Data appeared in front of his eyes. Name: Scare Shrimp. Introduction: a common shrimp, aggressive in nature. They often hide in sand and stone to ambush their prey. They have 11 shrimp thorns on their bodies, which can be used for refining. Level 32. Quality regular. Contains spiritual energy, 502 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption can enhance chi and blood. Collectible: shrimp thorn. Absorbable. Hanfei knocked on the shrimp shell. This shrimp was different from crayfish and mantis shrimp. Its body length was no more than 3 meters, its butt was particularly wide, its head was comparatively small, and its double pincers were under its abdomen. He could catch it so easily because its pincers had been bound. Hanfei was amazed. The world was full of wonders. He wondered how the shrimp tasted. Hanfei immediately threw it into Forge the Universe, but just as he threw it in, it happened to be thrown on the extremely cold stone and was frozen into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Huh. Didn't I put a box over this stone? Doesn't it work? With that stone, everything in Forge the Universe would be frozen into ice sculptures. Hanfei had used the blue sea wandering dragon bone to refine a small box to put the stone in. But at this moment, he found that within 3 meters of the box, frost began to condense. This stone is a bit peculiar. If it is put together with the fire element crystal I got from the fire cloud cave, will they blow up my forge the universe? Han Fei smiled. He now owned 2 strange stones, but he didn't know when they would come in handy. He put the box containing the fire element crystal close to the extreme cold stone, and the frost gradually faded a bit. After doing this, Han Fei didn't rush to go fishing. Even if he caught all those fish, it was not of much use to him now. After ascertaining the situation of the seabed, Han Fei put away the fishing rod and took out the 2 maps again. Ran Tianfei's map was relatively rough and seemed only to draw the general outline of the level 3 fishery. There were no obvious landmarks, and it was difficult to distinguish. The map of Old Bai, on the other hand, was very detailed, marking thousands of dangerous places. Every dangerous place was marked out with a small dot, and a small part of them were even marked with names. Han Fei's eyes darted back and forth between the 2 maps. Ren Tianfei, you old bastard, didn't you know how to paint? What the hell is this? Now I have to find similarities between these 2 pictures, which are almost completely different. Han Fei pressed his finger on the map of Old Bai and checked the small spots horizontally one by one, while muttering. Sea grassland, purple tree jungle, 2-line rock. Undersea deserted city. Valley of 10,000 smokes. Huh. Suddenly, Han Fei rubbed his eyes, and he seemed to have discovered something. On the map of Old Bai, he saw a spot called Abyssal Chasm. Because this place was a crack, it was an icon of a crack. On Ren Tianfei's map, Han Fei also found a similar crack. Haha. That's it. Han Fei looked excited. How difficult was it to find a dangerous place in the waters of hundreds of thousands of kilometers? But as long as the general direction was right, it was only a matter of time to find it. Following the mark of Abyssal Chasm, Han Fei headed for the northwest corner. He roughly calculated the scale of the map and then was stunned. Fuck, no one has said how big the 3-level fishery is. How am I gonna locate it? Han Fei complained while looking at the maps. In the end, he set a range, which was roughly somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 kilometers away from the Abyssal Chasm. Han Fei put away the map and looked up gloomily at the sky. He was very melancholy. It's only an inch-long distance on the map, but I'll have to search for nearly 10,000 kilometers. Are you kidding me? The ordinary fishery only stretched a few thousand kilometers, but also had hundreds of dangerous places. Here, an inch on the map would be tens of thousands of kilometers, where there must be thousands of dangerous places. Han Fei yelled, Ren Tianfei, you old bastard, I will definitely hammer you to death when I see you in the future. As soon as Han Fei shouted so, with a loud bang, something broke through the water. And then, a sledgehammer shadow tens of meters in size smashed at him. Shit. I was just kidding. Ah. Han Fei looked dumbfounded. What the F***ck happened? With a flash in his hand, the water-stirring seal was thrown out. The 2 shadows, both tens of meters in size, collided with each other, and there was a loud noise. Boom. Han Fei's fishing boat was shaken aside more than 10 meters. Before Han Fei could stand firm, a spear burst out of the water. The shadow of the spear shot out like a dragon, chilly and breathtaking. Clang. Han Fei blocked the attack of the spear with the water-stirring seal again. But under this blow, Han Fei heard a crack, and another crack appeared on the seal. In an instant, two figures jumped out of the water. No, to be precise, it was three. Just when Han Fei was knocked into the air was cut through and a sharp blade fell on him. Hunters? Han Fei immediately put away the water-stirring seal. Two blue sea wandering dragon daggers appeared in his hands and he smiled. Come on, let's fight. Let's see who'll win. Han Fei was not afraid at all. So far, the only hunter he feared was Xiao Chan. The hunter seemed to be very disdainful of Han Fei. So, he thrust two daggers at him. At the moment when the daggers almost touched Han Fei, he suddenly slightly moved his body. The daggers that were supposed to pierce into his chest hit his shoulder. But Han Fei's blue sea wandering dragon daggers plunged directly into the other's abdomen. The next second, there was a muffled groan in the air and a fuzzy figure seemed to try to evacuate. You want to leave? Too late. Attach. Swish. The 9-star chain darted at the injured hunter, but a green vine, suddenly, shot out from the water, pulling this man away from Han Fei abruptly. At this moment, Han Fei had a sledgehammer under him and a spear beside him. Ignoring the hunter, he shot out nearly 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in an instant, and the 9-star chain also seized the opportunity to buckle the bow and drag him out of the air. Bam! Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei landed on the deck, and the two who attacked him were also pulled away by the vines, and this round of fighting was over. The next moment, a small fishing boat appeared on the sea more than 10 meters away. Han Fei waved his hand and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew back, disappearing into his body in an instant, which stunned the 4 people on the opposite side. They were shocked. This guy who had just become a dangling fisher easily blocked their sneak attack and even injured one of them in a flash. His strength scared them. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. This must be the ghost boat that we were told about. Did I run into it so soon? But these people were really strong. When they launched an attack at him, he almost didn't have the time to react. Besides, they were really impressive in both strength and cooperation. If he made the slightest mistake just now, he would be in serious trouble. At this moment, there were 4 people standing on the bow of the fishing ship, 3 men and 1 woman. One skinny young man was clutching his abdomen at the moment, and he was obviously the hunter who attacked. Han Fei asked with a smile, "Hi, why did you attack me?" On the sea, the atmosphere between the 2 fishing boats was a bit strange. As the breeze blew gently across the sea, the 2 sides stood facing each other. Being outnumbered, Han Fei was not afraid at all. He wanted to get some information about the level 3 fishery from the other side. The 4 on the ghost boat were hesitating. By right, they should retreat immediately if their attack failed. This was the iron law of the level 3 fishery. However, Han Fei was alone but had dozens of spiritual weapons, which they really coveted. Since they had an advantage in numbers, they were reluctant to give up their prey. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Han Fei asked again, "Why don't you speak?" There was a moment of silence on the other side, and the spear-bearing man said, "Brat, you are very strong, but unfortunately, you are alone. We can let you go, but you've got to hand over 10 spiritual weapons." Ha ha ha. Han Fei laughed out loud. Ha ha. Sorry, I can't hold back. Did you ask me to hand over 10 spiritual weapons to you? The man frowned. This boy is too arrogant. Does he have some sort of trump card or what? The burly man with the hammer snorted. You are only one person. Once your spiritual energy is exhausted, how can you survive the level 3 fishery? Be smart. Hand them over. Han Fei grinned. Do you really run a ghost boat? Did I come to the wrong place? It's said that people who run a ghost boat are extremely dangerous, but why are you so goofy? The faces of all four of them changed slightly. How dare this brat? The hunter said to his teammates via voice transmission, don't underestimate him. This guy is very strong. He must be a strong soul warrior from some town. The female manipulator behind also transmitted her voice, his contractual spiritual beast is also very powerful, with strong combat and control powers. The spear-bearing man said expressionlessly, let's retreat. Wait for another chance. The four of them chose to leave temporarily. In a place like the level 3 fishery, what mattered most was not age, but strength. Many people didn't understand this rule, so they died here. There was even a law here, which was that the younger a fisher was, the stronger they were. Those who could come to the level 3 fishery at a young age must be exceptionally strong. Once confronted by such a character, the consequences would be terrible. Retreat. Han Fei had prepared to confront them a bit longer, but their fishing boat disappeared instantly. The four of them plunged into the sea almost at the same time and ran away. Shit, cowards. Han Fei certainly wouldn't just let them go. How could he let them come and go so freely? So he also put away the fishing boat and plunged directly into the sea. These people were only dangling fishers. If these people could jump into the water of the level 3 fishery, so could he. Under the sea, Han Fei was surprised. He was only a second behind them, but they had already swam away hundreds of meters. Han Fei activated the shadow swimming art and chased after them. What makes you think you can just run away after sneak attacking me? Han Fei's speed was very fast. It could be said that even Zhang Xuanyu, who got the golden water silkworm, could only match Han Fei in speed. Of course, he couldn't be compared with Xiao Shaochan, who was a hunter. Han Fei didn't need little gold to attach to him. He swam casually in the sea, and even had time to avoid some fishes pouncing on him. Ahead, the four people were nervous. How did he catch up? We don't want to fight you. Come on, give us some face. Han Fei transmitted his voice to them, don't run. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. How can you just leave your customers behind? The four people were speechless. Shit, who the F***ck is this guy? We're really unlucky to have run into him. Han Fei continued, hey. I can let you go, but can you answer a few questions? For me? Do you know where the abyssal chasm is? Han Fei just wanted to ask them some questions. After all, these guys were not weak and it would not be easy to kill them. However, when they heard abyssal chasm, they suddenly accelerated and started escaping desperately. Han Fei was stunned. Did I say something wrong? To Han Fei's surprise, he found that the four of them had started running separately. Was he so scary? However, without any hesitation, Han Fei began to chase the female manipulator. The reason was simple. Manipulators were relatively weak. If he had to choose one to fight from his classmates, he would certainly choose Luo Xiaobai. So, his choice was simple. After chasing her for dozens of kilometers, Han Fei was about to catch up with her, but suddenly found that the manipulator had led him to run into a school of fish. A string of data flashed in front of Han Fei's eyes, and he was speechless. Is this woman looking for death? Name: spiked armor fish. Introduction: a common fish, having hard armor, having 3 spikes on the back, which can be freely retracted or issued, and can be used for refining. Level 32. Quality regular. Contains spiritual energy, 512 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption can enhance chi and blood. Collectible: mystic spike. Absorbable. Han Fei sent her a message through a voice transmission. Hey, don't court death. I'm not going to kill you, okay? I really just want to ask you a few questions. But the woman suddenly disappeared with a swish. F***ck. Han Fei was speechless. I've been tricked. Bastard. This woman set me a trap. She must have some mysterious way of escape, so this school of fish is prepared for me. Bam. Han Fei bumped into the school of spiked armor fish. In an instant, thousands of black spikes like steel cones darted at Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei felt as if tens of thousands of iron-headed fish were galloping in his mind. There were so many traps in the level 3 fishery. Blade storm. Han Fei immediately held 2 daggers, surrounded by dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers on his side, and he formed a small storm in the spiked armor fish school, drilling a channel out forcibly. But even so, there were still countless sharp spikes hitting Han Fei's body. Although they couldn't break his defense, it really hurt. Half an hour later, Han Fei finally ran out of this school of fish, and his body was all black and blue. At this moment, the female manipulator had already escaped. Han Fei gnashed his teeth. Good, very good. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Han Fei's body gradually became translucent. Although the half-stealth effect of the mist-hidden grass was not perfect, with it, he could at least avoid nearly half of the fish in the sea. Han Fei was not in a hurry to return to the sea surface. Now that he had been here, he would stay here a little longer. Anyway, this was his first time in the level 3 fishery. He wanted to know more about it. When Han Fei dove about 500 meters deep, a few black shadows darted at him. With a swish in the gloomy water, Han Fei chopped at them with a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. However, with a shrill, muffled collision sound, he was knocked flying. Huh? What a strong force. Han Fei's eyes widened when another black shadow pounced at him, which was almost merged with the darkness. Name: Anti-Heaven Blade. Introduction: its whole body is pitch black with blades on it, which are extremely sharp. It has a very low sense of presence, with a special skill. Rolling blade. Level 34. Quality rare. Contains spiritual energy, 1064 points. Edible effect: enhance physical fitness and strengthen the hardness of one's spiritual energy. Protective cover. Collectible: rolling blade. Absorbable. Han Fei was shocked. Could the hardness of a spiritual energy protective cover be strengthened by eating fish? Looking at the anti-heaven blade fish that continued to dash at him with rolling blades, Han Fei immediately filled the blue sea wandering dragon dagger with spiritual energy, which instantly gave a dazzling glow. Rip. Crack. With blade-breaking sounds, the anti-heaven blade fish was chopped into 2 pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed it and threw it into Forge the Universe. Not far away, when the other anti-heaven blades saw this scene, they suddenly turned around and fled. Han Fei was speechless. Are the fish here all that smart? Your companion was killed by me. Don't you have any desire for revenge?